Okay, this meeting is open to the public and available through online platform. Please subscribe to Township of Wilmot YouTube channel to watch the live stream or view after the meeting. Delegations must register with the Information and Legislative Services Department. The only matters being discussed in this meeting will be those on the agenda. So we're meeting in isolation tonight, with the exception of myself, the clerk, and Mr. Kelly are in council chambers. So we'll start this evening with our moment of silence. Before we begin the ad hoc budget advisory committee meeting, let us take a moment of silence to think of our loved ones at this time of year. Keep them close in our hearts, even if they cannot be with us personally. Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Hallman to read the territorial acknowledgement, please.
We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the settlers arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should only take what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant, the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live and learn and work together as a community.
Thank you. Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none. The adoption of the agenda, the recommendation that the agenda for the ad hoc budget advisory committee meeting as presented for December 13th, 2021 be adopted. That is moved by Councillor Godek, Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I've sent in my form, but it's regarding report COR 2021-46, the 2022 Municipal Grant Program. I am the co-chair of the Wilmot Terry Fox Run, and due to our application for a grant award through the municipal grant programs, I'm asking that that specific grant award be pulled from the report so that council can vote on it separately and I can vote on the other matters on that particular report. Thank you.
Thank you. So noted. So first item up is the reports. The pre-budget consultation. Mr. Kelly.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. Welcome everyone to Wilmot Budget 2022. Officially, it is here. I was kind of hopeful that we'd be at a point where we were all meeting in person for our first budget meeting, but we're all doing our part to continue battling and doing what we have to do against COVID-19. So glad that we can at least get together virtually and be there for residents and businesses to watch and follow along on YouTube for our budget. So the first report tonight is the results of our pre-budget consultations. So once again, this year we held our pre-budget consultations virtually. A brief presentation was put together by Mr. Romani and myself outlining where we sit headed into budget 2022, some of the challenges that we have ahead of us this year, and ask some questions to the community for what their thoughts were as we go into the budget process. We had a relatively small amount of survey respondents once again this year. However, there's a summary within the report of what the responses mostly focused on. So the majority of our respondents were focused on one key issue being the installation of pedestrian crossing, or at least the review of a pedestrian crossing on Hamilton Road and pavement markings. As the report outlines, our updated development charges background study from this year did include specific funding for these works at $104,000. So council will see that, or my apologies, committee will see that as part of our updated 10-year capital forecast within the 2022 budget year. Aside from that, one question we continually ask as part of this outreach is for support for the continuation of the township's dedicated infrastructure levy. And once again, the majority of respondents, albeit a small group, still continue to support and understand the need for that critical funding support through smaller incremental increases to the overall levy to fund future infrastructure costs. So we did reach out to the public. That's the responses that we received from them. This report's for information purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Comments or questions? Seeing none. So the recommendation, that report COR 2021-042 outlining the feedback from the 2022 pre-budget consultations be received for information purposes, and further that staff be directed to incorporate feedback from the 2022 pre-budget consultations within the draft 2022 operating and capital budgets. That is moved by Councillor Fisher, Councillor Hallman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the next report is the inflationary tax levy adjustment.
Okay, thank you once again, through you, Mayor Armstrong, to the committee. This report outlines the continuation of our historical practice of using core CPI median calculation as our monitor for inflationary impacts on the township's budget. This year, the October year-over-year CPI, core CPI median was at 2.90%. This is higher than previous years, but was more than expected by staff, given what we've witnessed in contract prices, commodity prices, et cetera, due to COVID-19 and the year-over-year price increases. The application of the 2.9% on our adjusted base levy will provide an additional $166,000 in funding. So the impact of COVID-19 has been witnessed, as I said, within contract prices throughout most of our operations, and also should be noted in revenue losses that we've experienced at the Wilmot Recreation Complex, parks and facilities, as well as Castle Kilbride. The report goes on to outline assessment growth. So assessment growth year over year in Wilmot continue to be relatively low from 21 into the 22 tax season at 1.34%. This will generate an additional approximately $120,000 of funding towards municipal programs and services. So the net levy impact would be an additional $388,000 in funding. That funding is directly attributable to the increased costs and reductions in revenues offset just to essentially keep continuing with the same levels of service that were experienced in 2021. The report also outlines that we did a review, as we always do, of area municipal tax rates. Staff have discussed the proposed levy increases with area municipalities, which range from 1.9 to just over 3%. So staff would encourage that council or this committee continue with our existing practice of inflationary adjustments to the levy. The report outlines the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, as has been spoken about for the last several years. The province of Ontario continues to claw back funding previously received under the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. Our allocation in 2022 is expected to be $605,000, which is another significant drop from our 2021 allocation. All of these factors put together help to underscore the need for inflationary adjustments to the tax levy. This adjustment would impact the average residential property owner to the tune of $29.50 in additional taxes per year. Staff are here to, from my team and the entire organization are here to answer any questions from committee at this time.
Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I think actually Councillor Gordy beat me to the punch. Oh, but she's saying that's okay. All right, well, just a quick thing. I think a lot of people are finding it a little confusing to understand the difference between an increase and the ongoing infrastructure levy, that 2%. And if you can just maybe explain it a little bit differently, little different language, so people understand that that's not an extra 2% on top of last year's 2%. Anyways, you've probably got a whole lot better skills at explaining it. So if you wouldn't mind, that'd be great. Thanks.
Sure, through you, Mayor Armstrong. I'm not sure if you'd want me to address that question at this time or when we get to the infrastructure levy report. I can speak to it at this time and maybe follow up subsequently on that report. So I would say, yes, the dedicated infrastructure levy is separate and distinct from inflationary tax increases. We established the levy for infrastructure in correlation to the cuts in provincial funding supports that we had traditionally received under the OMPF. The municipality has undertaken extensive work in the realm of asset management planning, as have municipalities across the province. Our first iteration of that plan came back showing a significant funding gap with owned infrastructure that is deteriorating at a rate faster than what we are replacing it. And that a lot of that has to do with funding available. The asset management plan, original one, would have asked us for a significant levy increase to get us caught up. The township went with the approach of staging those increases over multiple years so that the impact isn't as significant in 1 year. The levy adjustment for 2022 would see us receiving an additional about $184,000 to go towards infrastructure, owned infrastructure costs. So in total, we have about $260 million of infrastructure that are owned by the Township of Wilmot. With this levy adjustment or the infrastructure levy, we would have about $500,000 annually going to offset the cost of that from our own tax sources. I hope that helps clear it up for some people, but obviously they can always reach out to our office if they need a clearer definition.
That satisfies your inquiries there, Councillor Fenning. Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, just a comment. I'm happy we're sticking with the COLA inflation rate. Certainly, I think it prevents the wild swings that some municipalities have going high tax rate and then a lower tax rate. We're kind of through the middle. Plus, we're generally still one of the lowest tax rates in Waterloo Region, which I'm certainly proud of too.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gordick.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I just wanted to, I know that you spoke a little bit about the OMPF. I'm just wondering, do you have a little bit of an update? Have the talks sort of, are you seeing any light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, Mr. Kelly, with regard to that, or is it just going to be, I know that you've been ongoing with that, but obviously the impact and how things are changing, I'm just wondering if the province has had a change of heart, so to speak, to work with us a bit better on that.
Sure, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Great question, Councillor Gordick. Discussions continue periodically with the OMPF resource group. There was a slight modification in the funding formula for our municipality and other rural farm-based municipalities. So the overall eligible funding did tick up a very modest amount, a couple $1,000s, which is nowhere near the 1.3 million we used to receive. What I will say is it appears that The OMPF formula is now focused more on northern communities specifically, as well as communities that are challenged from a fiscal perspective. So I'm looking to things like average household income. Those things come into the formula now. Continue to speak to the province as to the roots of the original funding formula, and that it was based on the fact of changes to the farm tax levy that impacted municipalities. I'm sure they're listening. I'm just not sure they can find the funding. They've already shifted over to northern and fiscally challenged communities to bring it back. The envelope stayed steady at $500 million a year. Just the distribution seems to be going to municipalities that I'll say need it, in the province's point of view, need it a bit more than Wilmot Township does, or other rural communities that are close to major urban centers is probably a way to describe it that makes sense. Still fighting the good fight and advocating for the importance of that funding support. But I will also notice, and I don't want to go on too long, or no, they have listened, it seems, on the infrastructure funding side. They did release a recent update to the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund program that did get out in the media, it seemed, last week, but that'll be followed up within our capital program. But we are seeing some additional supports there, which follows our advocacy work for stable, reliable, and predictable long-term infrastructure funding.
Thank you. Councillor Gerber, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Appreciate the update on that. Director Kelly, just a question. I know at one time, and maybe this was more myth than reality, and maybe you can just comment on the direction they seem to be going currently. At one time, it was implied, or maybe just thought, that the fact that we had our house in the financial order that we did could somehow maybe work against us in some of these grants and the formulation and the criteria for being eligible. Is that sort of anywhere in the new realm, or is it merely based on all those other demographic pieces of information that you were explaining earlier? Like, would we be more needy, I guess, if we, had been running, deficits for the last decade instead of balancing our budget, for just out of curiosity?
Yeah, sure. I can speak to that. Yeah, I would say the point of myth versus reality, I think being an active participant on the OMPF reference group, I get a little more information into how the formula is put together. Those meetings are obviously confidential discussions while the province formulates it. I can tell you that any previous insinuations that because we were a debt-free municipality and had our affairs in order impacted that, I can tell you is a myth. It is based on more the demographics of the community and how the income, like I said, the combined income of households within the community and the ability of households within a community and businesses within a community to sustain funding internally rather than needing provincial support. So I would say that probably would have been a myth, thinking that because we're put together fiscally, we wouldn't be getting money. But yeah, that's my comment on that.
Thank you. There are no more comments or questions on the tax levy adjustment. So the recommendation that the Ad Hoc Budget Advisory Committee approve and recommend staff prepare the 2021-22 municipal budget based on principle on an inflationary levy increase of 2.90%, which will be monitored through the budget process. Moved by Councillor Hallman, Councillor Gardick. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next is the special dedicated infrastructure levy.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This report outlines some of the comments earlier on our dedicated infrastructure levy. The report does outline that the township owns $236 million of infrastructure while holding just over $1.6 million in reserve funds to fund that over the long term. We're looking to build internal resources to have more stable funding and sustainable funding over the long term for our own infrastructure. That's why in 2020, this council approved the implementation of a dedicated infrastructure levy. A lot of municipalities, a significant amount across Ontario, have put these in place so that municipalities are less reliant upon what can be less predictable external funding sources and finding internal resources to pay for our own infrastructure. So as stated in the previous report, or two previous reports, the majority of residents continue to support the dedicated infrastructure levy for Wilmot. It is set at 2%, which would generate additional funding of $184,000, which goes directly into infrastructure reserve funds, which are used for our 10-year capital program. Happy to tend to any questions from the committee at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any questions or Councillor Gordick?
Through Mayor Armstrong, just a quick one more for just a comparison. Looking at the other municipalities, I saw that Wilwich has put through something where they have the infrastructure levy, but they've broken it down into green initiatives. Could you speak to that? Because one of our big components, of course, or one of the things that we're working towards is our 50 by 30. Is that something to be looking at going forward, in that Woolwich has broken up their infrastructure levy to sort of have a bit go towards a green initiative? Wondering how, are we looking at that going forward for ourselves?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. So the Woolwich example specifically, Woolwich instituted an infrastructure levy a number of years ago as part of their asset management program. That levy's generated significant funding towards long-term infrastructure needs. I believe it was last year or maybe the year prior that they put in another special levy for green initiatives specifically. We did look at that at that point in time. Their levy amount was similar to what Wilmot had been receiving from our reforestation grant from Kitchener-Wilmot Hydro. So we didn't see the need to put in a special levy for green infrastructure at that time. Having said that, there's been some changes in commitments from this council and councils across the province for the 50 by 30 or the 80 by 50 transform WR pieces. So rather than knee-jerk reaction of adding an additional levy for green infrastructure programs at this point in time, you'll see later in this council package, staff are looking for a long-term commitment from this municipality through a staffing resource that would drive our sustainability program forward, identify what funding opportunities are out there, as well as what funding may be required for us to hit the target that was set forth by council. So no special levy has been considered in this budget for green infrastructure. We still are anticipating receiving $50,000 from Kitchener-Wilmot Hydro as part of our reforestation grant. We fund a lot of green initiatives and highlight them within the 10-year capital forecast within our existing capital levy. But if we want to increase that or push further, we'll need to consider additional funds at that time. I hope that answers your question.
Just a bit of a follow-up then, Mr. Kelly. It's more just the ideas. It seems to be that their infrastructure levy is the same as ours, but they've broken it up. That's what I was kind of wondering, if that's something going forward that I understand that we need it for our asset management. Just wondering if perhaps a bit of it as something that Woolwich has done, not increasing it, just wondering if some of it could be broken out going forward, maybe not perhaps this year, but just as a conversation. That maybe perhaps the formula could change a bit. And I just wondered if that had been part of the conversation.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, we have looked at where the funds from our infrastructure levy are committed to. Essentially, we have a significant gap that we're trying to fill in regards to roads, bridges, and underground infrastructure. So at this point in time, we haven't reached a point where we're filling that gap yet. Having said that, we'd obviously be open to discussions on where those funds go towards and what types of initiatives. We are reviewing and bringing forward in the new year the current reserve fund policy, reserve fund guidelines for the township, which will outline a new approach to how our reserves are set aside and what purposes they're set aside for, which is very similar actually to the way Woolwich has set up theirs and a number of municipalities in our area. So could probably be something that could be discussed as part of that process.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Armstrong. I just wanted to echo the sentiment sort of similar to what Councillor Fischler had said earlier, that, you know, that this approach, sort of this proactive approach to implementing this levy now over the last several years after this year is, again, I think, a wise long-term approach to some of the other issues that you identified in your earlier report and that we know exist in infrastructure in our municipality, and we're not alone in facing this. So again, rather than sort of being faced with this, oh, all of a sudden we need, you know, $600,000 or 1.2 million for this project that we sort of saw coming, you know, slowly getting us there now and being a bit proactive on it, I think is the approach to go. So appreciate the sentiment and the thought process behind the infrastructure levy.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further, Councillor Fenning.
I just wanted to say, you know, again, what Councillor Gerber just said there about being responsible and planning ahead. This combined with the conversation that we're going to have in a little bit about the additional staff resource for GIS, which will really strengthen our ability to plan effectively for the infrastructure. You know, this past weekend's storm took a toll on a lot of pieces of infrastructure around the township, and I think it just underscores our need to continue with this.
Very good, thank you. Seeing no further questions, recommendation that council approve a special dedicated infrastructure levy of 2% to be included with the 2022 municipal budget, and further that the proceeds from the special infrastructure levy be allocated to the township's infrastructure reserve funds, and further that the use of these funds be dedicated to achieving sustainability within the township's long-term capital forecast and asset management. So that is moved by Councillor Gordick, seconded by Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is the fees and charges. Water sanitary rates, and I assume that Mr. Romney is going to be taking this.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This report outlines the township's annual update to its fees and charges bylaw and water utility rates. Annual updates to the fees and charges are critical to ensure adequate cost recovery and revenue generation for an array of services that the township provides, considering the financial pressures placed on the township, such as the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund clawback that was discussed earlier in the meeting. As such, attached you'll find the two appendices that include the subject fee schedules. Throughout these schedules, you'll see that the most common rate increase is based on the cost of living adjustments at 2.9%. This follows past practice to ensure a number of our fees are indexed based on this inflationary measure to ensure adequate cost recovery on a number of our services. Where other rate changes didn't follow this methodology, comments were also noted accordingly. One special item to note in comparison to previous years, the recreation fee schedules indicate two rates within 2022, and is due to the deferral of the 2021 rates until January 1st of 2022. These January 1 rates reflect the 2021 cost of living adjustment of 1.9%. This deferral was noted in the 2021 fees and charges report to the committee. The proposed 2022 rate increases falls in line with its routine timeline at September 1st of 2022 to align with the fall winter programming. This report also includes the proposed rate increases, 2.9% for both the water and sanitary volumetric charge, and $3 for both the water and sanitary annual service charge for the standard residential home. This will increase the average bi-monthly residential bill by approximately $5.40 for both those who have water and sanitary services, and $2.40 for those with only water services. So charts 1 and 2 of the report outline the township's position compared to area municipalities, and you'll see that Wilmot particularly remains the lowest of the area townships. And overall, we're relatively an average with all the regions, all the municipalities within the region. So upon approval of this report, the necessary bylaws have been prepared for the approval at the council meeting later this evening. Thank you, and staff are here to answer any questions.
Councillor Gordick.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. My keypad is a little touchy there for a second, so I did want to raise my hand, so thank you for that. I have just a couple of questions, and perhaps I did send off email, so with regards to some of the questions I had. So the first one for me is, could we just have through, I'm not sure if it would be Ashton or if it would be Ms. Jackson, with regards to, could we have a little bit of a discussion or maybe perhaps a definition of what the affiliation policy? I know that it's still a work in progress, but I did have a couple of people reach out to me and kind of go, what is that? I didn't know. And so I get that there's going to be some changes coming, but if we could just speak to that a little bit so that people have a bit of an idea. And then I have a second question after that. Thank you.
Sure, I can take that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gordick. It's a great question, and we would have loved to have had the affiliation policy before council along the same timeline as the budget, but unfortunately my schedule was a little bit hectic this year, so some of these projects were put back on the burner a little bit while I was in the acting CAO role. But what I can tell you, we will be bringing it forward as soon as we can in the new year, and Ms. Okrafka, who is our manager of community services, brand new title there for her. She's working on this with me as well. And essentially, most communities have an affiliation policy so that it formalizes the relationship between organizations who are providing community services to our residents. Groups such as minor sport organizations would be included, service clubs, community organizations like the Wilmot Family Resource Center, and it puts the relationship that we have with those groups into a policy that outlines what the benefits are of being affiliated with the township, and what that means for the township, what we can provide back to these groups. So for example, a lot of our community groups historically have had free use of facilities, and we want to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible. So in 2019, for example, there was over $500,000 of free or subsidized use of recreation facilities, and that does impact the tax base, and it is an impact on our revenues. So we want to take this policy to review the historical uses and sort of create an opportunity for council to determine what the philosophy is within the township, and do we want to continue with all of the free uses and understand what that impact is, or do we want to look at some cost recovery for certain programs? So this will help outline how many free uses organizations might get versus, depending on what type of, or is it, the discounted rate for minor sports groups. So it'll include all of those aspects, and council will have an opportunity to discuss and take a look at how we present the policy and whether or not it fits with how the township would like to operate moving forward. So I hope that kind of gives you a high level, and more will come when we bring that back. But we didn't want to include information in the fees and charges bylaw that might then later be negated by an affiliation policy, depending on how council chooses to go forward. So that's why it was listed in the policy that way.
I appreciate that. It makes it now it's a bit more clear, and I totally appreciate the fact that no cost versus an affiliation policy. It gives us better guidelines, so I do appreciate that. The second one is an ask. Again, I sent it through to both yourself and Mr. Kelly with regards to St. Agatha Community Center, and this would obviously be one for council to. I'm hoping that they maybe can support me on this one. Is, as many of you know, that the St. Agatha Community Center had some renovations done, but it did remove their cooking facilities, so to speak, because of venting issues and some renovation issues that they had. Just wondering if we could maybe perhaps just pause their particular COLA increase due to the fact that maybe perhaps the rentals happening in St. Agatha may not be as high a volume anymore, because people won't be able to use them for what we used to be able to use. If maybe perhaps there was a wedding there and catering came in, the caterers wouldn't have any access to anything except for a microwave. And I don't think you can serve a wedding with the microwave, or any other big sort of event. So I'm just wondering, for myself, I'm just thinking that if we could at least pause that particular one, because part of the discussion that I believe yourself, Ms. Jackson, and I believe Amber, we had a conversation about maybe potential fundraising with the St. Agatha community to help maybe offset some of those costs with having a stove installed with proper venting going forward, and maybe part of the capital spend in the near future. So that's my ask for the St. Agatha community, to sort of at least pause that particular increase. And I'm hoping that I can maybe get some support from council to know that the rentals there might be a bit down based on, and it's not a big cost increase, so that's why I'm asking for it. But I do appreciate that funding goes a lot to everything. But there'll be one of our few community centers that don't have full kitchen access for their community. So yes, I'm just asking for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can help respond to that a little bit. So just for clarification for everyone, the challenge is that to put a proper commercial hood in that kitchen is about a $30,000 adventure. So for the types of use that we were having, the main event that was using that, correct me if I'm wrong, and I might have to call him Ms. Okrafka, but I think it was the Strawberry Festival. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. So that was the main group that was using that system for cooking, for baking pies, I believe. And we don't have a lot, and maybe Manny can turn her camera on and help me out here, but we don't have a lot of events, I don't believe, that require a catering kitchen. Is that a fair comment, Manny? Can you maybe chime in there a little bit?
We do have a few weddings there and buck and does there, but for the most part, they are catered in. And recently we haven't heard, obviously it's been COVID, so we haven't had many of those functions, but normally when they're catered, they're already arriving at the facility warm.
Right, so they're not cooking at the facility, they're bringing all of the food in warmers and transporting them from wherever their kitchen is. So that was what my understanding was as well. So I think that's one aspect to consider. And I guess the challenge is if we reduce the fee on, or we hold the fee on one community center, I understand this would be just related to the kitchen renovations, but it would be difficult to not do that across the board, I don't think, but that would be up to council. Does that answer your question? Does that help?
No, it does. And thank you, Ms. Okrafka, for clarifying. I wasn't sure. I did know that the Lions had used it for the Strawberry, and I do know that other events that happened there, at least when I was participating, did use some of the kitchen, but they were only small events, and so it wasn't a big thing. I was thinking more going forward, because it is our largest venue, that perhaps the challenge, I didn't realize that, I know some caterers use the hots, like carry cases, I guess, for, I don't know what they're technically called. But I also just wondered, by not having access to heating elements there at all, that maybe perhaps it could just be something that we would work with the community to kind of give them a little bit of a, yeah, that was where I was getting at. But now that I know that the catering services bring their own equipment, it's not quite such a big challenge. So I appreciate that.
Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. I'm just looking at the rate for that, and it's the increase overall by September is $23 roughly per use. Is my math accurate?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, I can confirm. If we're looking at page 38 of the agenda package, the current rate is just under $460, and it'll be going to just over $482, so around $22.33, but $23 is close enough.
Sorry, I hadn't done that math before the meeting tonight, so just responding. And I mean, it's support that the increase, because it's yeah, the kitchen isn't getting used that much, and it's not a huge increase.
Okay. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the mayor. I have a question from page 34 on the event application fee. Just wondering how that would impact community groups. I'm not sure who wants to take that question.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, I can answer that question.
Okay.
This is a fee for special event application processing. It would be cost recovery for staff time and effort to process and review special event applications. There's a number of these types of applications, certainly not in the last few years anyways, with COVID, but historically we have had quite a few special event applications, and there is an administration effort and obviously a staff cost to undertake approvals and reviewing and responding back to these types of applications. We also have some cost recovery for field support as well for, let's say, for example, if there's a special event that requires a road closure. Similar to other cost recovery based fees that we have integrated into our public works and engineering fees and charges. It's the same concept of recovering cost for services. I do believe that this may tie into the affiliation policy as well, with respect to user groups and fees charged for community-based activities. But ultimately, this is a fee that was developed to address cost recovery for that service.
Follow up through the chair. Thanks for that explanation. Ms. Jackson, can you comment first, I guess, address if that's tied into that?
Sorry, I'm having trouble finding my unmute button there. Yeah, we are working on a special event guideline that we're also planning on bringing to council, not in policy form necessarily, but a staff guideline process. And we've been working with the Public Works Department with respect to the road closure aspect. So this would definitely tie in with more with the special event process than the affiliation policy, but they could certainly be aligned as well.
A follow-up. So I'm just processing because of the amount of community events that I help run and how hard it is going to be to start back up again. I'm just, every penny is hard to put forth in efforts, and I'm just processing and reflecting on that. When can we expect this to come back, and will the community groups, the main community festivals and events, be contacted prior to that?
With respect to the fee that's in the fees and charges, or that would be, I think, Mr. Molyneux would have to respond to that.
Through you, Chair Armstrong. With respect to the fee presented, there are fees that we have already been charging some user groups with respect to road closures. I don't anticipate that those in particular would change. With this special event fee, I would likely we would withhold this until we know more from the special event application and the process that will come back to council. At this time, it's presented within the fees and charges bylaw, so that in the future, when that does come forward, we at least have a basis for that element of cost recovery. And I think all of that would be probably more appropriately addressed through that future reporting on special event processing.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, this fee would not be charged to festivals in 2022, for an example?
Now, through you, Chair Armstrong, at this point, I think we would withhold that until we have the formal process and policy in place through council. But again, this is presented so that at least when that does come forward, we are aware of the full costs of charges that would apply or that we would normally see to apply. But again, we can withhold that if that is council's direction. We can withhold that if we have a policy or at least the process returned back to council.
Thank you for that. So I'd be in support of making sure that that is withheld so we can have a transparent conversation with community groups, especially exiting out of COVID with so many more restrictions. The small scale events that I've run with during COVID, buying sanitizer, buying N95 masks, creating creative ways to do physically distancing, handing out. It's been a significant cost, and just as another layer of adding, keeping people away from events. So I just want to make sure that the care and kindness goes first, and empathy is first, and that we can have great conversations with community groups, and just be transparent and honest and see about that feedback. So I would be comfortable if requesting council support to that, making sure we have that transparent discussion with the, with the festivals that occur and the parades, and coming forth at it that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gordick.
Through the chair. So I'm agreeing with Councillor Hallman on that. I just wanted a little bit more clarification as to what you mean by event. So for example, would MOPAR be paying for this? Would our MCC? And what does a special event mean? I get road closures for sure. When I used to run the Santa Claus parade, I had to deal with the region and closing Peel Street and Huron Street in order to have the parade run for the New Hamburg one. So I totally understand the work involved. And not taking away from our staff, especially with the Santa Claus parade was on a Sunday. So that meant extra time. So I'm totally appreciative of the time and work that goes in from our staff. But I'm also just wondering as to what classifies an event. Are township staff always necessary, or is it that we're charging for a piece of paper? Sorry, shouldn't just say it's a piece of paper, but are we charging them $260 potentially for them to ask to have an event where maybe staff necessarily aren't involved except for a documentation to say that they're running an event. And to follow up on that, being that Ms. Jackson is kind of involved with some of these events, if this is going to be worked in cooperation with the affiliation policy, when can we expect the affiliation policy to be brought forward so that we can make that work with the community groups, maybe through Ms. Okrafka and her connections with the groups, to sort of have that conversation with our groups to see what this impact is going to have on them? Would a special event be involving TCP? Would they have this $260 charge for every time that they run a play because of using the community? So I'm wondering what the definition even of an event is.
Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. That will all be defined when that guideline comes to council. So we'll have it laid out as to exactly what constitutes a special event. TCP would not be impacted as they are renting a facility, strictly an indoor facility. So it'll be outlined in that policy when it comes, or in that guideline when it comes forward. And we are hoping that both the affiliation and the special event guideline will be very early in the new year. We are meeting regularly to try and get it polished up. So we're hoping to have it to you very early in the year.
A follow-up then, so could you define what you perceive as a special event so that at least maybe the audience that is in attendance knows if this is something? So I'm just kind of wondering where that guideline falls into and what involvement of the staff is involved.
I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but maybe Mr. Molyneux can respond from his perspective with regards to this particular fee.
Through you, Chair Strong. When it comes to road closures that support special events, so for example, parades, I believe that part of Mopar Fest and other events like that, there are closure needs. And so part of that is, looking at detour routing and looking at appropriate advanced systems so that we can have access to emergency vehicles and that type of thing. So this fee would apply to those types of activities where from a public works standpoint and from other departmental standpoints, there's more involvement. Certainly with respect to special events, it can be a bit of a gray area if it's isolated to we'll say a private property versus if it does have a public impact or a road closure type impact. There certainly is a lot of work. It's definitely not a paper exercise, and there is more than just work associated with it. There's the reduction of liability that is probably key to the process for special event processing And a lot of that ties into things like detour routing, emergency vehicle access, and other types of activities. So no, it is not necessarily just a paper exercise. It's one that we would undertake multi-department as well, so that we ensure that when there is a road closure need, first of all, that there's clarity in terms of what the plan is, and that not only the applicant's aware, but also internal departments here, as well as external departments that may be impacted as well. So that could be regional or other types of emergency service partners.
So then a follow-up then, Mr. Millenhouse. Being that, for example, the Santa Claus Parade involved a number of different streets, but they also involved regional roads. Do we know if the region is imposing something similar? And if so, would that mean that something like the New Hamburg Santa Claus Parade would sort of get a double charge? Because we have regional roads closing, plus then we also have municipal roads closing for that event. If it, hopefully coming 2022, that we can have another Santa Claus Parade within the township and townships. So again, we have a lot of the region plus municipal roads. So even the Baden Santa Claus Parade would be affected, as well as New Dundee, with potentially 2 charges. So is that something that would be worked with, so that maybe perhaps it isn't going to be maybe a 600, well, 260 and 260, 520, that's a lot of money for our community groups to be running events. So I'm just curious as to the, if we're working in collaboration with the region on that, if that's the case.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, I'm unaware of what regional fees would be associated with special events or road closures. I would note that there's other, we'll say, utility-based event type fees as well. So again, we don't work directly with those, we'll call them partners in terms of their fees. I'm not aware of what fees the region would have. This is purely just to address our own administrative effort and review process. So I can't really speak to what the other fee basis would have for special event activities that might impact a road, whether it be township or regional.
Thank you. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through the chair. Would it be fair, perhaps, just this question is to the Director of Parks, Facilities and Rec, as well as Director Mollenhouse. Would it be fair to perhaps defer implementation of this fee until we have some detail around it, so that when we're having this conversation, it doesn't maybe get people as concerned about how it's being implemented, or what it exactly referring to? Would that be something manageable for the process that for tonight, for this part of the budget process, we defer that implementation of that particular fee until such time as we have the events process coming back to council?
Through you, Chair, as noted before, I definitely would be comfortable with withholding this fee in terms of actually charging. I don't anticipate we're going to have any special event type processes, at least early in this year, or sorry, in the coming year anyways. And I would be comfortable certainly with not charging the fee, but it is something that it's important for council to be aware of the effort that is required for these types of activities. And then I would, as I mentioned before, I'd see it as appropriate to tie into future special event, policy updates and what we bring back to council, and waiting until that time to apply the fee.
Sorry, just to follow up, if I may. So would it be acceptable for staff if we simply did not implement it, as we're not intending to charge it anyways, or and that we just defer that implementation until the process comes back?
Through you, Chair Armstrong, I think I'll defer to Director Kelly to respond as far as how we foresee that sort of rolling out. I guess the way that we would look at it from a public works and engineering standpoint is we're comfortable with it being within the fees and charges bylaw, but if we receive council direction at this time to obviously not charge the fee until future reporting, we would be comfortable with with that direction this evening. But again, we would probably like to keep it certainly within the bylaw for now until we know more coming back to council with further reporting on the special event processing.
If I can jump in there, Mayor Armstrong, I would agree that taking the direction from council to not apply that fee, especially to those groups until we have had that further dialogue, but keeping it within the bylaw so we have the ability to charge that fee without having to reopen the bylaw following that consultation piece would be the preferred approach. Having said that, as Mr. Molinhus has mentioned, it is a council decision on this. It does note within the justification for it that this fee is consistent with what is in place at other area municipalities. It's not a new to Wilmot piece, but having said that, we would take the direction that council wants to go with it and come back after further consultation has been done.
Thank you. Yeah, that response is good for you, Councillor Fenning. Okay. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the chair. I would be interested in deferring this. The more I think about it, the more I think that there's a lot to unpack and work with our community groups as we move forward. And it would be nice to see that policy first, work with our organizations, and bring this back. One of the questions that I was processing is, for example, Remembrance Day. So that would be, again, 2 roads that we're going to charge, the Legion $600, or sorry, just under $600 to do that for that parade. And then how would it work with snowmobile clubs for crossing roads for the entire season? Would that be, how does that logistically work? So I guess I'm supporting Councillor Fenning's request to just have that deferred if I interpreted her request correctly. And if I did not, then I'm asking for that request.
You wanted to follow up, Mr. Molinhus?
Thank you, through your chair, Armstrong. Just to clarify, this would have no bearing, I guess, on the in terms of snowmobiles and crossings type activities. That those would not fall under special event type applications. So just to be clear, that would not apply. Those types of activities would not apply under a special event process.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Yeah, I certainly, I'm comfortable with the direction to staff that nothing be done in that area until we get a further report. I think affiliation policy is tied in with this. I just want to sort of make a bit of a general observation that through fees and services, which we're discussing now, and some of those other questions that have been raised tonight, there is, and I pardon my phraseology, but moving forward, we don't want to be, we don't want to be seen as nickel and diming local clubs and associations and groups who are doing great services in the township. We know the effects of the pandemic on all of us and all of our organizations and operations as a township. Those have been similarly and perhaps also acutely felt by a lot of those groups and organizations in our township that continue to do good things. And I know that I'm going to make a small leap here to the service level requests, which I know aren't on the table yet, but I know they're coming. And to me, to be going down a parallel path of adding fees and services to pay for staff time at the same time as we're making a nearly $300,000 investment in more staff time. I can see one or the other, but both might be difficult. So I certainly would not want to see any wholesale changes in what we're charging local service groups and organizations and associations at a time when we will have more staff available to serve them. So I think if that ends up all wrapped up, if you will, in the affiliations policy, special events policy, all those sorts of things, I think it's important that nothing happen new as far as what we're talking about now until we sort of have a chance to have that, because that's a great separate discussion. And obviously I can see the procedural point of, hey, let's get this moving forward. But at the same time, I think that firm direction that, hey, these are the areas that we're circling back to. So we're going to circle back to that, and it may result in a change in the bylaw at that point. But that's sort of my thoughts on it.
Comment, Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, sure. And this probably goes back to Councillor Holman's note on the deferral. I think if it's fair to Mr. Molenhuis and Ms. Jackson, I think it makes sense if this one fee or this one line within the entire bylaw were to be omitted. We have the bylaw coming to open council following this meeting. What I would kind of hope for is that we could omit that one line, and I probably look to the clerk on this one, from the proposed bylaw tonight, and then at which point in time we come back with an affiliation policy, and if there's a need to reintroduce it at that time, we just amend the bylaw accordingly.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Gardick.
Through the chair. So thank you for that, Mr. Kelly. I appreciate that. That's what I was part of what I was going to say. And just as a bit of a follow-up, I mean, it's been a couple of years since I've run the New Hamburg Santa Claus Parade. Obviously, COVID was part of it, but there was never fees associated even from the region. And so that's why my part of the question was, as you said, that other municipalities are doing it, and I had never had to pay when I did my application for the Santa Claus Parade, which involved Huron and Peel Street, which were both regional roads. And perhaps Councillor Fisher can speak to with the Baden and the Baden Cornfest, which involved regional roads as well as some of the other roads. Again, not sure if there was ever any fees associated with closing some of the roads down for people to get through to the community. So I think from a transparent perspective, us sort of putting this out there to the community without sort of any consultation as a new fee, I think would be prudent. I like Mr. Kelly's suggestion is that we remove it from the bylaw. As we know, our bylaws are a living document. And once we get the policy, the affiliation policy and other things in place, I think it would be to add it to the bylaw. Yes, of course, it would take some of our staff time to rewrite it to add that extra line, but I'm more comfortable with our community members having a little bit of communication with our staff and our Parks and Rec and Roads Department to sort of work with this special events to know what the implications are for their budgets. Because if it is going to involve the region, like I said, $530, $520 is quite hefty for some of our community groups if they're going to have to pay both regional as well as municipal groups going forward for any of their events.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gardick. Councillor Fanning.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate Director Kelly acknowledging that we can remove this line for tonight, and I would move that if a motion is needed. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong. In response to Councillor Gordick's question, I'm not 100% sure if we paid or not. I know we closed 2 streets for Cornfest, Beck and Mill, I believe it was, but Kenton, Fry, and Teresa Brown looked after all that, so I'm not 100% sure, but I'm definitely in favor of pulling that one line if we can, and talk about it further in another meeting.
Councillor Gardick.
Through the chair, I'm off topic now since we kind of, I think everybody has spoken. So I just have one question further for Mr. Molenhuis. Can you just describe what the minor traffic and parking bylaw updates, 10 signs or less? Again, it's a new fee. And I'm just curious as to, I didn't quite understand what the definition was. So if I just have a little bit of a clarification on that one, please and thank you.
Through you, Chair Armstrong. So a number of these fees are, again, they're cost recovery based. These would not be associated with any sort of request external. These would be sort of internal, we'll say, and job costing based. So for example, if we have a traffic and parking bylaw update that maybe comes as part of a capital project or and even a development project that we have to undertake some signage and some bylaw updates. These are what we would associate with costs. So if we had some of these costs that have to apply to those third parties, like, so for example, like I mentioned, a developer who's developing a subdivision, then we would use these as our cost basis for that cost recovery work that we would work with them on.
Ms. Middleholt.
Thank you, through you, Chair Armstrong. Perhaps then when council is prepared to move this motion, I would propose that that the Ad Hoc Budget Advisory Committee recommends to council the fees and charges report dated December 13th, 2021 be adopted, excluding the special events fee. The proposed special events permit fee would be the friendly amendment. As well, I just would like to point out bylaws, not so much are living documents, but they are open for review and amendment as necessary. Living documents sort of implies that they can be just changed on the fly. And so I just wanted to just make that quick little note. Thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no further questions. So I'm not sure that because it's not on the floor yet, it doesn't have to be amended, but just as amended instead of having a motion to amend it or. Yeah. Okay. So the recommendation that the Ad Hoc Budget Advisory Committee recommends that to council the fees and charges report dated December 13th, 2021 to be adopted with the special events line removed, and further that the water and sanitary rates bylaw and fees and charges bylaws be updated accordingly. So that is moved by Councillor Gordick, Councillor Fisher, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next is the Municipal Grants Program. Go ahead, Mr. Romney.
Thank you, Chair Armstrong. This report outlines the 2022 Municipal Grants Program. Attached to the report, you'll find a schedule of outlining the status of each applicant, along with the 5-year history period of funding received under this program. In this year's process, we received 2 new applications from the New Hamburg Mennonite Relief Sale and Hope Springs Cancer Support Center. As for the application from the New Hamburg Mennonite Relief Sale, staff are not recommending funding as the township provides in-kind services for this group, and the application indicated a strong financial position. As such, staff believe they would not be a priority candidate for this program. And as for the Hope Spring Cancer Support Center, staff believe that the request should be redirected to regional or provincial programs, as healthcare falls under the mandate of the region of Waterloo and the province of Ontario. So copies of these applications have been included in the report as per past practice. In addition to these, staff have also provided justification within the supplied schedule for the recurring applications that we've received. So with these considerations, the 2022 funding envelope totals just under $66,000. Although the funding in 2021 envelope was similar, this figure included carryover funding from 2020 due to number of applicants under the program carried over the funding due to COVID-19, and $5,000 from external funding towards the Discovery of Wilmot program was applied there. As such, the overall budget impact for the 2022 program without these offsets will just be over an additional $12,000 or 23%. And this increase in the overall funding envelope was primarily driven due to the Indigenous worker at the Family Resource Center that's supported through this program. And stop here and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romney. Councillor Fanning.
I want to thank staff for doing a really good job, I think, of reflecting the values and priorities of the community. And I also appreciate that it's a really hard thing to look at all these amazing projects and how they contribute to our community and decide how to allocate funds to each of them, because you really would love to give 100% of their ask. So I just want to say thank you very much for making some hard decisions and for presenting a slate that I really feel is well thought out.
Councillor Gordick.
Through the chair, yes, I can echo Councillor Fenning's. It's always good to see us support our local charities and organizations within the community. It's not a criticism, I'm just asking the question. With regards to Hope Springs, I'm not quite sure for myself. I don't consider it a health ask. So I'm just curious as to why that decision was made. I totally understand that we have limited resources and I'm not asking for the change. I'm just asking maybe perhaps for a rethink going forward. I do not feel that the Hope Springs falls under a health mandate. They provide services for cancer patients, but not through any kind of health program like wigs and yoga and things like that. So I'm just wanting to understand the decision made to send them back to a province, falling under that it's not a health thing. So it happens to help people who have cancer. So you may think it's a health thing, but personally, I don't believe that Hope Springs falls under a health mandate.
So who wants to answer that?
I can take
Go
a.
ahead, Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Councillor Kelly, all right. Not a laughing matter at all, but I would say, yeah, staff in looking at it did, I guess, look at it in a different view from yourself, that we do try to stay within the mandate of our municipality. A lot of the programs or a lot of the funding allocations under this grant program, if it weren't for the group doing it, the municipality would be the ones ultimately responsible for doing that. You see us providing lots of support services towards events that are run by community groups and voluntary associations. We've tried to stay within that mandate, and as I believe Councillor Fenning it was that opened us up, but it is difficult to bring forward a program and find where to allocate the funds. As we've noted, it's grown significantly over the past 2 years due to the Indigenous Worker Program, which is fully supported and within what I would say is a mandate that this council's put forward for us as a municipality and that we all agree with. We did see it as related within the public health view, and that was why we put forward the recommendation we did.
So I appreciate that, Mr. Kelly. Thank you for that clarification. But again, I don't expect it to change. I just wanted to perhaps maybe just as a rethink, that's all. And I appreciate that it being sent to go back to the region because it might fall under a health mandate. But I just wish I would like that perhaps that we just rethink it because it really isn't a health issue. So it's more of a support individuals. And so I just wanted us to maybe just rethink that, maybe perhaps if in the future they decide to apply again. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'll be forgiven for the slip, Mr. Kelly, because you do counsel us on a lot of stuff. Councillor Fenning.
I believe Councillor Hallman had her hand up before me, but my comment is directly related to what Councillor Gordyke was just raising. So unless hers is as well, perhaps if it's okay, I'll just interject. I think I'm wondering perhaps if the mayor as our regional council rep can speak to whether understood that Hope Spring is not providing medical services and so might not be considered to be health care per se, but I believe that in being affiliated and specifically because their services do address a need that's arising out of a medical condition, it could be considered, and perhaps Mayor Armstrong as the regional councillor can speak to whether he has seen any projects of this type supported through regional council, because I believe that's where staff was initially directing or suggesting that it should apply.
No, to be honest, I have not seen anything come through by comparison. I wouldn't be able to judge it, but it's also something that can be brought forward to regional staff to get their input.
So then perhaps that's the regional councillor's mandate to do for us.
Absolutely. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the chair. I am wondering who creates the questions for this grant application?
Through your chair, Armstrong. So the application questions are standardized, and I don't believe they've been altered in a number of years. But internally, they were developed by what historically was the finance department. But
thank you, I appreciate that. I guess my question for this is actually going to CAO Chambers. I'm just reviewing this and looking at the commitments that we made through with the 3 directions that came from what was the S? I'm trying to remember the S. The one of the goals. Come on.
Symbolic.
Yes.
Substantive.
Yes, but there was substantive goals. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being my brain. I appreciate that. I was just thinking that this creates an opportunity next time to maybe review the questions and see if we can ask for applicants to justify within their request that piece, so we can make more substantive change in that. That's it. Thank you.
Systemic is the third S.
Correct, through you, Chair Armstrong. That would be the third recommendation in the First Peoples Group report, in which we are going to revamp our community engagement strategy, and we are very excited to be thinking about undertaking that work into the new year.
Okay, thank you. So the recommended, Councillor Gordy.
Sorry, just a reminder, your Mayor, for one of the reports to be pulled, because I can't vote on one, please and thank you.
Just a smidgen ahead of you. The first recommendation, which comes without the Terry Fox grant, that the Ad Hoc Budget Advisory Committee approve the municipal grant program as per Appendix A of Report COR 2021-046 as determined by committee, and further that $65,597 in municipal grants be incorporated with the 2022 draft operating budget. And recognizing Councillor Gordick's conflict, we need a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Fenning, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Recommendation only on the Terry Fox process that $1,888 in municipal grants be incorporated within the 2022 draft operating budget. That is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Hallman. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next is the level of service requests. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Gonna stick. Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. This report is for information purposes. The initial report is an overview of the combined impact of the level of service requests that are included with the subsequent reports. As the report outlines, in 2021, within the 2021 budget year, due to the impacts of COVID-19, staff withheld a number of proposed level of service increases as we adapted to the COVID-19 pandemic. This year, as growth, as Council is well aware, growth is on the horizon, and if not already here, we are seeking the adequate staffing resources to be prepared for that growth. This report outlines the level of service requests that were brought forward after extensive review from all departments. In total, there are 8 full-time permanent positions being requested and 2 permanent part-time positions. I'll speak to the financial impact, and then I'll hand it over to CAO Chambers to talk to more of the staffing structural impacts. From a financial standpoint, the combined impact is held to 2.83% at this time of a levy impact. That's excluding any alternate revenue streams that we may find over the course of the budget process that may help to offset and lower that even further. If you recall, this council was present 2 years ago when we brought forward a similar report, and in the final budget package, we were able to reduce the levy increase due to alternate revenue streams that we managed to find in the budget process. This isn't a guarantee that we'll find them, but it is still open that we can look to offset the costs through other means. The overall impact to the average residential property owner would be $28.78 to bring on these additional resources. The report is transparent in the fact that the costs outlined here are for the 2022 budget. In 2023, when those costs become annualized for a full year, as these staff are only starting in, proposed to start in April of 2022. In 2023, there'd be an additional $156,000 to cover the full annualized cost of all those positions. However, as staff indicated, there wouldn't be an anticipated special levy requirement for that, as it would hopefully be, or it's anticipated to be absorbed within the inflationary increases. So without getting into the specifics of each role, which are in the following reports, I'll hand it over to CAO Sharon Chambers to touch on her points.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And through you, Chair Armstrong, I did just want to acknowledge to Council that we recognize that this is a very significant ask in terms of staff growth. And much of it is directly related to growth within our community. Long term, I feel it would be very beneficial for Council to consider a people plan, and we will be coming back to you in the future to talk about that in greater detail. With growth, as I said, there are a lot of pressures on the organization, and it's our job as staff to identify what the future needs are and look at the desired future state of the organization more comprehensively, rather than looking at these things sort of on a one-off basis. Staffing is one of our largest operational spends, and so we feel that a more strategic approach is warranted to ensure that when we're adding staff, that we're also looking to find organizational efficiencies where possible, and assessing our organization to determine if there are any skills gaps, so that we can take opportunities through attrition and when positions become vacant to advance our organization to its desired future state, and really to build for the future. So I just wanted to make that comment and acknowledge that we know this is a significant ask, and we want to do more planning around this for Council in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through the chair. I do appreciate that there are a lot of ways that our community is growing and needs that we need to address. I do look forward to a more comprehensive plan coming forward in the coming year to consider the broader impact and structural makeup of our organization. As something I do for my own family business, it's something we can't continue to simply have one-off requests for service level increases. And I know I'm not telling anybody sitting around this horseshoe things they don't know, but for the broader public listening, it's important for them to understand that we do have a plan to bring a plan, and that, you know, all of these things coming together, just like we have adult service, ensuring that we have an adequate plan for land use and the way that our community develops in terms of housing and infrastructure generally, and where we put what pieces. The same thing needs to be in place for the human side of our organization. And I know we'll get into sort of more specifics as we go through each position and discuss details, but generally understand that our organization does need to address some gaps that have developed over the years, and look forward to that.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Through the chair. Yeah, I was going to comment similar on that. I know 11 years that I've been on council. I think we had 1 year, was probably 2 years back, where we did a major hiring. But before that, I think it was probably just 1 year that maybe we hired one person. Like, we were pretty stagnant for quite a while. So I think it's good to beef things up. Well, the one question I had, and I'm not sure if Mr. Kelly or Ms. Chambers would be able to respond to it, but on the level of service request form, it said, upon approval from the CAO, a job description form is completed by the department head and human resources and forwarded to an external consultant for evaluation. Could one of you just expand on that a bit, if you could?
Sure. If that's okay through you, Chair Armstrong. Yeah, that's in accordance with our existing hiring and internal equity maintenance review guidelines that this council approved. The process for bringing new staff on needs to go through an evaluation, so we understand the cost impact of those positions. So the first step in that process is for departments to bring forward their internal departmental people plan, I'll call it, to Ms. Chambers for review for what they're planning for the next year, based on her understanding or the CAO's understanding of the entire corporate need. We look at what a balanced way to bring forward what is critical in that year. After that point has been reached, draft job description, which has been reviewed by the CAO and our manager of HR, is sent to a third-party consultant. Our third-party consultant reviews it and evaluates the job under all the various categories, point scoring system that places it on our salary grid where it would most appropriately fit. We need that so we can come up with the budgetary impacts of the position if the proposed position is approved by council.
Thank you. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering if Mr. Kelly can comment on how many part-time staff we have in the municipality that are working full-time hours, and if that's been addressed in this, the level of service requests.
Sure, through you, Mayor Armstrong, I might look to Ms. Jackson as the majority of part-time staffing complements are within her area of the organization. Having said that, generally speaking, none of our part-time staff are expected to work the equivalent of full-time hours, with the exception of seasonal positions that we have in with, be it students or seasonal operators within the parks that are here for the summer season, or even, I guess, to Mr. Molenhuse's group in the winter season, where we have additional part-time staffing for that. Having said that, staff managers are monitoring the workload of our part-time staffing complement to make sure that they are truly part-time staff. But maybe I'll look to counselor. Now everybody's a counselor tonight. I'll look to Ms. Jackson to elaborate on that further.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Through you, Mr. Mayor Armstrong. We do have a couple of positions that go a little bit over 30 hours a week in aquatics. It is a challenging area where We have a lot of spread out part-time hours here and there, 2 hours one day, 5 or 8 hours the next day. So there are a couple of positions, typically staff who are in head guard roles, who would end up potentially being over that 30 hours per week. But Mr. Kelly is correct that the vast majority of part-time staff working full-time hours would be seasonal or summer students and day camp staff, park staff, those sorts of positions. The year-round is typically would just affect the aquatics area, and it depends on level of staffing. We've had an incredible challenge post-COVID in maintaining a complement of aquatic staff, as have most municipalities, because we lost 2 years of training time in there, and the turnover in aquatics, we go cyclical with university students moving away and coming back and that sort of thing, and we did lose a lot of momentum. So we do have some staff working extra hours right now, but typically it's not too common.
Thank you for your counsel. Councillor Fanning.
Through the chair. Just I know that at one point, and to absolutely recognize for staff, and particularly Director Jackson, your experience of the township is rather extraordinary. It's going to be hard to answer these questions, I think, at this point. But before COVID had descended on us, there had been an ask from council to receive a report outlining the number of part-time positions that routinely worked over part-time hours, or reached full-time hours, and absolutely respecting that seasonal, that doesn't apply to seasonal. It's essentially the full-time employees that the permanent part-time employees that end up working full-time hours. And I'm going to say, Director Jackson, I realize that you've probably actually never encountered that with any consistency in the time that you've been with us. Any reporting on that for the last couple of years is going to be absolutely useless. But going forward, I think it is piece that we should be looking at as an organization, and with respect to the process that I know we're talking about, as I mentioned earlier, looking at structural plan for the organization from staffing levels. But I think that that's something important to call out, is that from a fairness and equity perspective, we do need to be ensuring that we're looking at part-time staff who, do come in for every shift they're called for and end up essentially filling a full-time role. They should be recognized, and I'm sure you agree with that, because I know, you're all about fairness to our staff as well, and respecting them. But I think for the purposes of this conversation, it's important to know that we have had this conversation before, and we had asked for that report. And I think that might have been just prior to your arrival, and therefore just prior to COVID. So, that has certainly gone out the window at this point. But I'd like to see us pick that up again. Maybe for the next budget cycle, it'll be a little bit more I'm not going to even say the words, just not what it's been. How's that?
Thank you, Councillor Fanning. And just to comment on your opening remarks about Ms. Jackson stepping into the role, the only comment I can say is that extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Go ahead, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you for that, Mayor Armstrong. I appreciate that. Yeah, I could report on the 1 week that I was here when things were operating normally before COVID shut everything down, and that's it. But I really actually do appreciate that comment, because it is quite easy to slide into a part-time trend where staff end up working full-time hours. And it's a challenge in a lot of municipalities. I know that, and I know our manager of aquatics is on the call today, and she can probably confirm this better, but most pools in our larger regional communities have one full-time employee at pools, and that's it. So it's pretty common in some areas, particularly aquatics, where we have a lot of folks who are working a lot of hours but don't have full-time recognition. So I do appreciate that interest, and it will be very easy for us to produce a report that speaks to this once we get to more normal times, whatever that is.
Okay, Councillor Gordick.
Through the chair, and this may be too early to ask, being that you've brought it up, Ms. Jackson, and perhaps Mr. Kelly can speak to this. If that's been happening, I know obviously not during COVID, but going forward, does this, because it's already been happening, would this make a level of service request then for those individuals to be recognized? So that the time that they have, if there is somebody working those full-time hours, what impact does that have? Because we've already been paying them and doing that, but they just don't get some of the benefits of being full-time staff. What would that look like going forward if we do find that there's 2 or 3 individuals who aren't students, but have maybe perhaps finished school, but this is their job. And it turns out that they have been working the full-time shifts because of a COVID, and we haven't got the staff to make up that. And then going forward, does that change our service level requests and things on the budget part of it?
Ms. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be premature to look at that right now. We really need to get a better grip on where our programming is going over the next year or two, and I need some time to sort of get to a normal state, if that's such a thing. But it is pretty common, and I can say that for the most part, these staff would be scheduled for part-time hours, but then they're covering for, so someone calls in sick. And right now, everyone's calling in sick for every symptom related to COVID because they have to. So right now they're picking up additional hours. Some of those evening weekend part-time staff are coming in on day shift, for example, to cover if someone is calling in. And that's a big part of the reason that there may be hours in over and above what are typically scheduled. We also want to be able to serve the community with what they're looking for. So right now, with the shortage in staff, as we're hiring new staff and training new staff, some of those more experienced staff may be picking up more hours to help ensure that we have the experience on the deck that we need. So I feel like it's premature right now for level of service. And as I indicated, most pools, and I keep speaking to pools because that would be the area that would be most impacted, do operate with very few full-time staff, and they run on a high complement of part-time staff. So I think what's important here is that we make sure in our part-time pay scale that we're taking care of those folks, and I think that is happening. We're looking at comparators to other communities and making sure that that they are getting a fair wage, and with minimum wage adjustments, they're being adjusted. So I feel like we're in a good position right now, but it's something I will keep on my radar moving forward for sure.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions. So the recommendation that report COR 2021-046 regarding the level of service requests for fiscal 2022 be received for information purposes. That is moved by Councillor Gordy, Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is the sustainability Coordinator, Grant Administrator. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Armstrong. So as noted, following the summary report is an individual report for each of the 10 positions that are being requested to be included within this budget. The first of those positions is a sustainability coordinator. As was noted earlier this year, when staff brought forward report 2021-18 regarding the 50 by 30 targets that council approved. Those targets aren't achievable without dedicated staffing resources committed to driving that process forward. I can speak from my own personal experience in this organization and on behalf of Mr. Romani, our Deputy Treasurer. As much as we have a passion and a shared desire to move the goalposts forward in regards to sustainability and carbon reduction for Wilmot Township, we don't have the capacity within our current roles. It's a side of desk exercise for us. I think Mr. Romani has done an admirable job leading our sustainability working group to this point, getting sustainability and continuing to keep sustainability targets on the radar for the municipality. However, the targets that have been set forth need a dedicated resource to further grow the program and really set forth a work plan, long-term work plan to hit those targets. As noted, the Transform WR strategy noted a number of specific actions to be led by municipalities or participated on by municipalities. This resource would be seen as the staff member that would be driving that process forward and reporting back to CLT as well as council on how far we have progressed. There's over 25 active grant programs. There's a number of active tasks on that list that this position would be responsible for. The second piece of the role deals with grant administration processes. As you know, the township is very active in pursuing grant opportunities to offset the costs to the municipality. We felt this role within the sustainability coordinator position made a lot of sense in the fact that sustainable environmental practices and sustainable finance practices go hand in hand. Grant writing is a specific talent and skill that we'd be seeking. We've been successful to date, but with a lot of application-based programs being the norm now, not direct funding allocations, we would want somebody that can oversee that on a regular basis, look after the reporting and coordinate with staff accordingly. So as noted within the report, we'd be looking to external funding programs, especially within the green funding stream at various levels of government or even through private businesses that do support it and promote it to offset some of the costs of this role. The role would be housed within the Corporate Services Department and is anticipated to have a start date of April 1st, 2022. And we look forward to Council's support of this role for the 2022 budget.
Thank you. Councillor Fenning.
Through the chair, I'm going to start by saying that I will only support this role if we don't lose Mr. Romani off to the. No, just kidding. Absolutely recognize and appreciate and can't say enough good about how Mr. Romani has served the community and the working group, and absolutely also see the need for him to have more support and to support our staff team generally in order to make these goals reality. It's a special skill set to write grant proposals, and I acknowledge that our staff have done a fantastic job of that over the years, as evidenced by the number of grants that we've received. But like the Director of Corporate Services has laid out, absolutely we are going to need more grants going forward in order to achieve our very ambitious greenhouse gas reduction goals. And in fact, I expect that at some point we're probably going to have to step up our commitment to climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. And so I fully support this role.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Through the mayor, I certainly support this too. Really, it's going to show that we're serious about climate change, which is totally important. And to have a designated person for the grant process is very good too. On the sheet, it says funding source states 7,990 coming from user pay. Where would that come from? Or how would you explain that?
Sure. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, when we look at each role, if there is a benefit of the role to user pay divisions, that being our water and sanitary divisions, building services, and to a small extent the cemetery, we want to ensure that user-based fees are paying for the portion of benefit that they get from that role. So as this role is within corporate services and benefits all areas of the organization, that does include our water and sanitary division. So a portion of the cost to fund this position would come through our user pay budget and be incorporated within the water and wastewater rates as a whole.
Councillor Gerber.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Director Kelly. Who currently does the bulk of our grant writing, or does each department have a specialist, or how's it? What's current practice?
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I would say the majority of grant administration processes flow through my desk with the municipality. Obviously, a lot of support on technical information from the departments that are benefiting from the grant funding. But yeah, as the report states, there's the 25 active grant applications and reporting pieces right now are all within a database that I administer and oversee and report on a regular basis. The majority of that work is not happening in the traditional 8:30 to 4:30 timeframe. So a lot of extra time put in, but again, it's worth the effort, as I've said many times, with the amount of programs we've been successful under. I just think we can broaden that success and expand our reach in grant funding applications with a person helping administer that.
And then,
Go ahead.
Just to follow up to Director Kelly, you feel those skill sets are out there on the open market to the degree that we've been successful at it? I'm just wondering, is there a different order of work that should be hired out and grants kept to in the area of expertise? Or, I mean, that's just sort of a general question, not suggesting that you need to write every grant application, although you're quite good at it. But is that the right parceling off of things to get things into the areas of the people's hands where it's going to make the most difference to the township?
Sure. Through Mayor Armstrong, that's a great question. I think, to be honest, I see this role providing a lot of assistance in the coordination of staying on top of the available grant programs that are out there. I think the writing piece and the verbiage that goes within them to sell the requirement for Wilmot Township to be the worthy recipient of the funding is still going to come from a lot of our experienced staff within the organization that have a lot of experience with grant writing. I would say, similar to some of the administrative roles within here, this position will help to coordinate that process and stay on top of it, making sure all of the reporting is happening on a timely manner, and that we're not missing. To my understanding, we haven't been missing grant opportunities, but maybe there are some out there that we're not exploring just due to the resource allocation that we currently have.
Yeah, just as a final word on that, I'm a member of another board. Of a national board, and since hiring a full-time director who's been able to pay attention more so to grants and things like that, the difference it's made in our organization's efficiency and bottom line has been quite noticeable. So no pressure on whoever is in the role, but like you said, I think having a dedicated set of eyes on that area can only help what has already been a fruitful area for your department and the rest of the township as a whole.
Thank you. Councillor Fenning.
Again, sorry, I think Councillor Gordyke had her hand up first, but mine was just a comment to Councillor Gerber about is the skill set out there? I know that there are a number of organizations I've been involved with that have had people who specifically focus on grant writing and sustainability. So there are at least some people out there with some skills that would fill this role.
Thank you. I just have to advise you that I have a list here, and I just go by it comes up according to who does it first. So if it's wrong, it's the machine, not me. Thank you. Anyway, Councillor Gordyk, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Kelly and to Mr. Romney, I'm fully in support of this particular position. And just to sort of hint back to one of the grant processes that we had during our first year and a half, I guess, and realizing the time constraints and the pressure put on your staff. So I see the value in this particular job because there could be, as you said, perhaps potential grants that we are missing, even just through time constraints, where both of you have had that pressure. And I think that having someone to support you and support the township in potential funding resources is quite a significant role that we need to fill and to help take some of that pressure off of both of you. So I'm fully in support of this particular role. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the chair. I don't want to be too much of an echo chamber, but just agree with everybody. And the one aspect I did want to comment just for the viewers attending our budget meeting online is that council has, working with members of the community, has often asked for justification of different projects that have been chosen over others, for example, bridges. In the past. So I can see that with this position and asking when the public asks for justification, when allocation to these funds comes up, this position, I can see the great value in that and the justification for different pieces. So thank you.
Councillor Fisher. You're muted, sir.
Sorry about that. The one thing I was thinking about is with this position as well is there's probably a lot of community groups that would like to apply for grants that might need some help. So that certainly maybe this person could lend a hand to community groups too.
Say through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Councillor Fisher, yeah, for sure, support for community groups. Traditionally, we've provided that here when smaller community groups need assistance applying for programs. We can't apply on their behalf, but we do peer review their applications and provide feedback on how to put forward a stronger application if necessary. And I would see this role, obviously, with capacity, helping out where they can, but noting that the role does have a significant focus on sustainability coordination as well. So we're happy to support when we can.
Very good. Thank you. Seeing no further questions. The recommendation that, subject to approval of the 2022 budget, the Manager of Human Resources, Health and Safety be directed to establish and recruit one additional full-time position for the Sustainability Coordinator / Grants Administrator role, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budget under the corporate services budget. That is moved by Councillor Gordyk and Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So next item is the executive assistant for the CAO.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Chambers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Armstrong. This request is for the temporary contract position of the executive assistant to the CAO, which was previously approved under CAO report 2021-004, for that to be converted to a permanent full-time role. The CAO role within the corporation is an extremely busy role. Not only do I provide general management of the affairs of the municipality or the township, I work closely with the corporate leadership team to advance day-to-day operations. And I also represent the corporation at the regional level on various committees as well. And this really results in an extremely busy schedule. The executive assistant to the CAO assists with schedule coordination and basic administrative tasks to ensure that workflow continues while I am busy within various meetings that I have to undertake on a daily basis. The Information and Legislative Services Department traditionally provided executive assistant support to the office of the CAO. However, they are a very small team and they have a number of projects that require their attention, and there really is not capacity within that group to provide executive assistance to the CAO. Specifically, they will be working on in the upcoming year on implementing the electronic meeting management software, as well as a records management project, which is a significant project as well. So I am asking for this this role to become permanent full-time, and I'd be happy to take any questions from council.
Thank you. My only comment is I think it's something that has been long overdue for some time. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you. Through the chair, to me, I see this as the capacity building that we need to see in the organization. So support it. You can't do your job if you're too busy scheduling your meetings.
Very good, thank you. So the recommendation before you is that, subject to the approval of the 2022 budget, the manager of human resources, health and safety be directed to convert the contract executive assistant to the CAO to a full-time permanent role, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budget for the office of the CAO. That is moved by Councillor Gorick and second by Councillor Fenning. And all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is the proposed level of service infrastructure GIS analyst for Public Works. Mr. Monhus.
Thank you, Chair Armstrong. The 4 levels of service presented to you this evening from the Public Works and Engineering standpoint are focused in 2 key areas. The first key area that we'll outline here for the infrastructure GIS and eventually the licensing coordinator really reflects new regulatory duties, we'll say, and downloaded duties with our core infrastructure linear sewer downloading that the province undertook and will be undertaking over the next year. These are 2 roles that address those regulatory needs. Firstly, for the infrastructure GIS, this request is to meet existing needs for the water system, as well as growing infrastructure mapping needs and other GIS activities, as I mentioned, through the downloaded consolidated infrastructure licensing for linear infrastructure. So with that reference, we're referring to the sewer works. And so our sewer works that this would fall under would be for storm as well as for sanitary. sewers. And then when I'm referring to water, I'm obviously referring to the drinking water system, the municipal drinking water system. And so to that end, the licensing needs that we currently have, infrastructure related and mapping related for water, we actually have to update our maps and update our information with all of our water information. So that means representing on obviously a digital map for our operating system, where our water infrastructure is within within our rights of way and within any other township areas. We have to expand that now with the storm and with the sanitary linear infrastructure as well. This role would also incorporate system capacity modeling. So when we talk about capacity modeling, that has to do with, for example, if we have development applications that are looking for increased units or change of use that may increase or decrease units, we have to keep a very clear record of that information. And so that information ties directly into the infrastructure GIS role, and that task would be undertaken through this role as well. Many of the services that we would provide for infrastructure mapping and for GIS, we would see fee recovery for those. So that's not a fee recovery that we would see from the general public. That's something that we would see from an operations standpoint, either interdepartmental or across to other service areas. We sort of outlined the existing and growing need. What we also see is that this role would be effectively overlapping with asset management planning, and more so getting a very clear identification of our core infrastructure, not only just the linear components, but also the subcomponents that we have historically have sort of fallen through the cracks with our record keeping and our mapping needs. So things like components for the water system, talking about hydrants and talking about valve locations and having those we'll call it sub-meter locates. So it's a very accurate piece of information that we can use to facilitate our locate process and field activity. That also will expand to our storm sewer network and our sanitary sewer network as well. We've historically been providing these infrastructure GIS or this resource through student resources. However, with the expanding duties, we're seeing that it's going to lead to many operational efficiencies and challenges to continue the workload and to expand that workload. The core focus of the student resource in the past has been, we'll say, water-based or water system-based. And so expanding that to these additional working areas would be certainly a challenge with the existing format of resources. So I've outlined the general need for infrastructure GIS, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Did you have any?
Thank you. Councillor Fenning.
It's budget time. There are always questions and conversation, more than any other meeting, eh? Through the chair to the Director of Public Works. The GIS, and I know we use that terminology all the time, so it's Geographic Information System. And I think a lot of people, we've talked about this every year at budget time and in between, but I think not everyone in the public understands what it means, and the whole conversation that we've been having over the years about moving from an age-based to condition-based assessment for replacement and repair scheduling and planning. And it goes back to what I love to harp on about planning for our infrastructure. I think it's really important for us to be investing resources into this. Where are we at on now, again, it's been a while since we talked about it, but the province mandated, and forgive me, not my area of expertise, but I don't remember when, but they did mandate that municipalities had to have a system in place and have an asset management plan in place. as of a certain date. And I believe we've been on target through that process. Can you maybe speak to the process where we're at currently? And I'm seeing Director Kelly raising his hand, so maybe he's got something to say about it. But I'd just like maybe a little bit of information for the public.
Sure, I can handle that question unless Mr. Molenhoos wanted to. As far as our asset management program goes, we continue to make significant progress led by our asset management coordinator role. As far as the deadlines go, deadlines were extended due to COVID. The regulation you're speaking to is OREG 58817. So it was a regulation that was brought out in 2017, giving a time frame for municipalities to get their affairs in order as far as asset management planning. We've been partaking in a multi-year project with various components of our asset management plan moving forward in a staged process. You'll recall last year we completed a comprehensive building condition assessment program, which took a significant amount of time and effort to build information on all of our own buildings to help us plan for future replacements as necessary. This year, a lot of the work, again, led by our asset management coordinator, focused on a risk and criticality modeling for all of our infrastructure, life cycle events. So looking at regular operating events on all of our own infrastructure and flagging that within our asset management registry so that we're planning for it over the long term. And right now we're undertaking the level of service, which is separate level of service from what we're talking about tonight, but the level of service expectations for our infrastructure. So for I guess an easy example was the number of water main breaks per number of years on a certain section of pipe. What's an acceptable amount from a level of service perspective? So we're doing a lot of work defining that right now. Next year will be the final year of the roadmap to get it in place. That'll include the long-term financing strategy, which we've made, as council approved again tonight, great progress on by putting in this dedicated infrastructure levy. Following the financing strategy comes the ultimate asset management strategy and building the final plan or that iteration of the plan for council's approval. I would say, and just speaking on behalf of the process, since we brought in a dedicated resource for it, we've moved very far in regards to asset management planning. My goal and the goal of the organization is to directly ingrain that within our long-term capital planning that comes forward to council, so you can see how our holistic asset management plan drives our 10-year capital program. A lot of work, a lot of effort, and I'll just say, when I wrap up here, it's the support from departments such as Mr. Molenhoos's and more recently Parks, Facilities and Recreation, and jumping into the program and saying, we get why this work, this data gathering is so important over the long term for the municipality. So
thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Through you, Mayor Armstrong, I'm definitely in support of this position. I like the fact that none of the costs are coming from the general levy. And I guess I have two questions. How involved would this person be with the new proposed subdivisions? And secondly, do we have any idea, like you would, I guess Mr. Molenhoos had stated that this has been downloaded from the provincial government. How much of that time would have been spent on the, like, for a provincial person?
Through you, Chair Armstrong, I'll address the question separately. So if I get through the first one and forget what the second question was, feel free to remind me. The first question being, how involved would this role be with new subdivisions? There is a component that I mentioned in terms of modeling and capacity modeling that this role would be involved with. So at the front end of that process, this person would have those types of tasks through a development application, and maybe even prior to a full development application, like a subdivision to that end. Or I would probably expect that more so maybe in a zone change or something to that effect, that we would see the capacity and data modeling be more involved. The infrastructure GIS piece at the end of life, we'll say when subdivisions are built out, subdivisions obviously can take quite a bit of time to work through process of approval and infrastructure approval to construction and then post-construction activities. The GIS role would not be involved again until the end of that process during post-construction, where we would take the information that's built in the field and we would document it and upload it into our system. I'd take this opportunity to sort of reflect on Director Kelly's comments in terms of asset management. Really effective asset management can't be undertaken until you know what infrastructure you have. And I think that's been our greatest challenge over the last, or at least since I've been here, identifying a few things in terms of what our records were and how we sort of represented those, because there are many different methods to keep records, but having a consolidated database and managing it through one resource is the most effective way to do it. And it's the most beneficial for staff as well to find the information sort of at the source, as well as for the public too, when they come and ask questions about, particular infrastructure. At least we're ready and we have an understanding of what infrastructure we have in the field and where, certain information is. So to that end, it's asset management is multi-layered, and this is one of the first layers that obviously feed the rest of the asset management process. To your second question, maybe if you can repeat that, Councillor Fisher.
Sure. So you said this was downloaded from the provincial government. How much time would they have spent doing what this person's going to do? If you understand that kind of.
Yeah, through you, Chair Armstrong. The reference to downloading was in reference to licensing downloads. And so licensing downloads, similar to our water system, where it's a much more regulated system in terms of what we have to undertake. So we have to do a quality management system. We have to map out all of our infrastructure, and we have to provide that information to the ministry as sort of a regulatory process in the end. That's essentially what is being downloaded to the township and to municipalities across Ontario. Really what the province is looking to do is take the information that we built into our asset management process, and they've said, you know what, we've historically done permits and licensing for linear sewers at the provincial level, and we've done that whole approval process at the provincial level. We're now going to refer that to municipalities and download that to municipalities. So they wouldn't have specifically had a GIS role per se in their approval process. But that being said, the activities that are being downloaded certainly overlap with these mapping needs, which also come with fees. If you recall from the fees and charges bylaw, there were a number of new consolidated linear licensing application fees, and those are really focused around capital works or development works that would require approvals and permits, usually through the province. That's now being downloaded to ourselves. So to be clear, I wouldn't expect that that the province would necessarily have a full GIS role. That being said, I'm sure they do have GIS departments that speak to interdepartmental needs. But the downloaded component is more so around the licensing and the requirements that typically come with that.
Okay, Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. Since this is the first of a series that are sort of coming up in your department, I sort of just have more of a general question, perhaps. I would certainly echo the idea that the impact in the general levy and the minimal impact in the general levy is certainly something that that makes all this I think a little more palatable fiscally for all of us. But just the second general question is, I would not be able to give you a number offhand of the current size of your department, how many office spaces. I know one of them are potential roads operators, so that's not necessarily affecting our space at the administration buildings. Just wondering sort of what thought, and I'm sure there has been some given to to housing the potential for these new staff people. Is this sort of a hoteling of offices kind of thing where there'd be some shared space, or just wondering if there's going to be sort of further impacts of this, or if we've sort of got a way to sort of contain or to house, the new staff. Do we have a plan for that moving forward? And what are sort of just an overview of that quickly?
Through you, Chair Armstrong, certainly with respect to space, that's always of consideration when adding staff. There are a few vacant spaces up here in the engineering area that we would plan to house a few personnel. That being said, I believe there's also planned process for space needs and eventually looking at things like, as you mentioned, hoteling, if you will, for some specific roles. Obviously, this is a very changed environment with respect to space needs, and considering that a lot of us, have been working from home and can do so effectively. So that certainly comes into the conversation too, as some of these roles may benefit from that type of activity, but certainly that will have to wait to see some space needs. I see Director Kelly has his hand up as well, so I'll let him comment.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Yeah, with regards to the space needs piece, Council, I'll put my hand down. Can recall that under the Municipal Modernization Fund, we were allocated significant funding to put towards projects that would modernize municipal services. All smaller municipalities were eligible for this funding. Through that, we allocated approximately $275,000 towards modernization of this office, the administration complex. We put that funding, it's set aside still and waiting to be used for this work. It has been put on hold after COVID-19 impacted the way the office environment is set up. So as Mr. Molenhus noted, we will be doing a RFP early in the new year for a space needs consultant to review the layout footprint of the administration complex to better utilize office spaces, and then factoring in any work from home processes there over the long term. That would all factor into that process.
Councillor Fenning.
My question actually got answered. So thank you, Councillor Gerber, for a good question, and to staff for the answer. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no further comments. Recommendation that subject to the approval of the 2022 budget, the Manager of Human Resources and Health and Safety be directed to establish and recruit one additional full-time position for infrastructure GIS analyst role, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budget under the Engineering Services Division. That is moved by Councillor Gerber, Councillor Hallman, all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. Next item is Public Works again, Compliance Coordinator.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Again, in terms of the downloaded requirements from the province, and knowing what licensing requirements we have with our existing infrastructure, this one also speaks to not only water, but it speaks to some of the licensing requirements that we would have for roads, and some maintenance standards requirements that we would aim to have, we'll call it compliance processes with. So this request is for this licensing coordinator for Public Works to address these existing needs as well as the growing needs with the download for linear sewers. Our existing duties in water include what's considered a quality management system and an operational plan. That's effectively what will triple with the sanitary sewer and with the storm sewer networks, and managing those systems from a quality management perspective. Typically, we would have operating staff looking after these types of activities for the water system, where with this expanding duty, it's not going to be an effective process for those staff to undertake. We also see some value there in terms of consolidating those compliance processes and auditing processes that we undertake annually and required to under our water licensing. We're expecting that those will also be the same for these linear infrastructure pieces as well. So to have all of that process under one resource is more efficient, and we feel effective to the process. one thing the report speaks to is a backlog of existing regulatory work. And so I just wanted to highlight that a little bit in terms of what we deal with now in our water system, the municipal drinking water system, where we report to council annually and we provide management minutes from our internal audit and from the overall system annually. And within those, within that process, we report on what's considered opportunities for improvement and corrective actions within the system. And those are both generated from our internal auditing that we undertake with our own staff resources here, as well as the external auditing process that a third party comes in and conducts an audit of our operating system for water. And so that speaks to, policy, administration, documentation, and that type of activity. This year, what you'll find is we have 11 OFIs. So those are opportunities for improvements, and 3 corrective actions. And that's a pretty standard annual year for us. And it's great to see some of those things come forward because there's always an opportunity for improvement. And we certainly see a need in any of our core infrastructure areas for that type of feedback. But it does also create a backlog of work that needs to be cleared. Many of those OFIs and corrective actions refer to policy development or gaps in policy, updating essential supply lists with inventory management and tracking, and updating operational plans. Some of these things may seem very procedural or administrative in nature, but certainly does add to the workload of staff for what we have today in just our water management system, and what we'll also see expand with storm sewers and sanitary sewer system management. There's also a backlog of records that we're trying to move towards a digitized process so that it can feed into the asset management and into to GIS as well. We've been slowly moving along with digitization when staff are available, but certainly with respect to some of the more standard things like water cards or servicing cards, which would be records of where you might find something more detailed in the field, to maintenance forms, digitizing maintenance forms, not only old records, but trying to move towards a more digital process for the future as well. So this role would be oversight in those key core areas for water, for sanitary, and for the storm sewer systems, and more so the quality management aspect of those 3 systems. I mentioned about other compliance needs for roads, and that might be related to maintenance standards or for the gravel pit operation as well. So there's licensing needs there that we would also consolidate with this role. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about this level of service.
Seeing none. Cool. Our recommendation is that, subject to the approval of the 2022 budget, the Manager of Human Resources, Health and Safety be directed to establish and recruit 1 additional full-time position for the Public Works Licensing and Compliance Coordinator role, and further, that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budget under the Water and Sanitary operating budget. That is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Gordick. All in favor? That is carried. Got to stop hitting my mute button. Proposed level of service development engineering technologist.
Thank you, through you, Chair Armstrong. 3 of 4 here tonight, and this is changing now from what we would see as a regulatory need to obviously addressing some of the growth need that we're planning for in the coming number of years. And so this request is for a development engineering technologist to address the substantial growth and future infrastructure planning, to address the new development charges, and certainly our project list and project management, which has expanded substantially in the past year, as well as administration of general engineering aspects of development approvals and applications. So there's 3 components there that kind of speak to the long-term growth of the township and the need there. The medium term, or I guess that time frame of growth as well, and then the short term and immediate needs for development approvals that are forthcoming. As many are aware, there's quite a few processes going on with respect to the planning process and what we're seeing for residential growth and what we will foresee for residential growth in this area. And there's a substantial workload that comes with those subdivisions from an engineering perspective. In recent years, we've we'll say changed our service model, where in the past we might rely on a developer's consultant to undertake the construction process and to report back to us on how it went, to changing that model to having more of an oversight model, so that we have a better chance at ensuring quality built infrastructure in the end. And so in years past, we've in the last 3 to 4 years, we've certainly changed our fee base and our fee model from an engineering standpoint that has been built to address that need. And what we're finding at this point, even prior to some of those major applications being in front of us, that we have a substantial development need and service need that we will certainly fall behind on if we don't have a dedicated resource to that effect. As I mentioned before, with the DC amendment from this past summer, we've changed our project load as well from, I believe it was in the 15 to 20 range for projects that were core infrastructure related to probably close to 40 and maybe a bit more, and not even reflecting on the dollar value of some of those projects. So there certainly is a number of projects and key core projects that are strategic in terms of supporting the development and the growth of our township. And so that this role would be looking to address many of those aspects of growth needs. Subdivisions and subdivision development is a multi-year process, and it's a multi-year oversight. And there are many different aspects to the life of a private development that creates public infrastructure. We look at pre-approval and pre-construction effort. We look at during construction effort, and we look at post-construction effort. And some of those pieces for phase development for each individual phase can take up to 15 years by the time it gets through a full life cycle from pre-construction or pre-approval to post-construction. So it is a substantial need over the life of a new subdivision. There are many different types of applications that we see, and that can certainly reflect on that with respect to the development services portfolio that the planning side looks at the front end as well, and we look at supporting that process as a commenting party as well. So there's a number of different applications that this role would also be involved with. And certainly the workload, we see it as there now, but we also see it as expanding and going to be a need significantly in the future as well. But I think from a model perspective, I mentioned about cost recovery for many of these services. And I think from this past year, just seeing what we have seen from our revenue standpoint and what we had budgeted for revenue, for engineering revenue, we've seen a substantial increase this year from what we had planned for service. And knowing what some of those activities and where the focus has to go to support those activities, it would be beneficial, certainly from our perspective, to have the staffing resources there to shift some of that development work to a dedicated resource who can respond to the need and have a good understanding of all the application processes that are going on from an engineering standpoint. One piece of this report that's important to note, the shift of a departmental resource for development engineering tasks will also help take some of that workload off of our existing staff complement. So it does actually open up a great opportunity for us to look at a different service area and expand in some of those service areas. And for example, we've had certainly a lot of interaction with council this year and in previous years with respect to traffic calming and traffic calming programs, as well as looking at things like parking and restrictions that we have historically not been able to address due to the volume. So we are very hopeful that with this role, it will take the workload off of some of the existing staff that would be development related and would open up those opportunities to address that piece of work. That'd be my summary for this position. I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you. Councillor Gordick.
Through the chair, Mr. Milhouse, can I just wanted to clarify a little bit one of the comments that you made with regards to the role. So that would there be some coordination with working with Parks and Rec as well as planning when it came to doing subdivision development? Would the role sort of be coordinating between those two different departments as well? Things like if there would be playgrounds wanted or parkland wanted within the actual subdivision or any of those other things. The role would also be working within the other two divisions to sort of help work out the subdivision plans.
Through you, Chair Armstrong, this role, typically as it's done today, we work closely with development services as I mentioned, a commenting body, we'll say, in terms of our core infrastructure. When it comes to subdivisions and the subdivision process, we have field activities, and there are different field activities for each department. And some may be Parks and Rec related field activities, so they may need to do their inspections, or some might be associated with the planning side, but they'll have to do some of their own inspections as well. The way we view this role certainly is from a focus point on infrastructure and our core infrastructure, so roads, sewers, water, and seeing that through the approval process in the development process. So that might be if we have drawings in front of us that the developer is proposing specific works. We would rely on our internal processes to make sure the coordination aspect between departments is undertaken. But again, we work very closely with development services to ensure that we have good collaboration between groups at all stages of the development process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fenning.
Thank you, through the chair. To Director Molenhus, of course. You mentioned traffic calming, and I can certainly point to folders in my inbox that are full of inquiries from residents about traffic concerns in the township, which I know you and I've spoken at length about over the last couple of years, especially. Wondering if you're able to sort of give the residents a little bit of an idea of how this role would be able to put together a framework or a more comprehensive response to the concerns that are being raised, instead of sort of one-off. As anyways, you and I have talked about it in the past. Wondering if you can share some of that with the public watching tonight.
Certainly. Through you, Chair Armstrong, this council and obviously the public tuning in should be aware, obviously from a service level perspective and program perspective, that historically we have not necessarily provided a formal traffic calming program, we'll say. We've historically relied on the radar speed display signs as sort of a passive traffic calming measure. And so that's a program that's sort of rotated around through the township. And that's really where the staff focus has been, through previous levels of service. We understand that there is a need for obviously additional effort there. And so the way that we foresee that additional effort, there obviously from a program standpoint needs to be something that's put in front of council to identify what traffic calming would be and what a traffic calming program would we'll say encompass in total. Those aspects can't obviously be done without the staffing resources. That would be a new program that we would have to define out and identify what the resources would be needed as a result. We foresee that with this role, development technologists will actually take some of the existing workload off of the existing department staff and free up some time from their perspective. We do have a couple staff that have a traffic engineering background, so that is one thing that's a benefit to us today. However, it's been very difficult to get them focused within that core service area, or we'll say expanded service area, and in that expanded service area due to their core tasks in the department. And so just to explain that aspect, when we do shift some of that development work and consolidate it onto to one resource, then there will be some workload free up for some of these other staff that they can put some effort into program development, to policy development, as well as regular and routine traffic and parking bylaw updates. That's certainly something we hear very frequently from the public and from council, and certainly has been one sort of on the radar in recent weeks, we'll say. But unfortunately for the existing complement, it's very difficult for us to address that need without the resources to support that type of a program.
Just to follow up, if I may, Director Mullenhouse, can I put you on the spot? Maybe this isn't fair, and if it isn't, tell me so. But so if we hire this person, can we expect to see a traffic calming measures plan coming to council, or the development of it appear on the work plan for Public Works and Engineering within the next 12 months, perhaps?
Yeah, through you, Chair Armstrong, I've no issue with answering that question. We've certainly been trying to keep it within our work program and in the plans, but again, it's been one that's been more difficult to address without resources in place to do it. The intention certainly would be that with this role, the development technologist putting it in place, that we will be looking to have a traffic calming program put in front of council in 2022, and we're hopeful that will be the case. Obviously, with timing of hire and that kind of thing, it comes into play as far as when we can free up resources to address that. But we have pieces kind of pulled together from here, there, and everywhere, and we're certainly hopeful that we can consolidate that in the early part of 2022 when we do have more adequate resourcing for the department. And yes, the hope is to have a traffic calming program in place in front of council next year.
I think you might be the most popular person in the township after saying that.
Councillor Hallman.
For the chair, I would do a backflip right now if I could, but I don't have enough room in my office. So anyway, thank you, Councillor Fenning. You took the words out of my mouth for one of my questions. Great to hear that. Mr. Mullenhouse, can you comment on if this staff member or someone from your department will be able to attend one of our upcoming next meetings that we have for the community safety and crime prevention? I feel that as we get through the budget process, it would be nice, as this committee is just getting off the ground, to have that involvement kind of right away, at least till we get on the same page. So yeah, if you can just comment if it would be the role of this new hire or if it would be somebody else from your department that would maybe we could extend an invitation to.
Through you, Chair, I think there's probably a conversation that needs to be had in terms of the scope and how the staff involvement might be seen within that particular committee. I'm certainly open to further dialogue, and I think there's probably other staff here as well that may also benefit from that process too. But we would certainly be open to further dialogue with the committee to see what form of involvement that type of a role may have, and we'll see if it fits. And if it's something that would work from a staffing resource perspective. Certainly we haven't planned for that in our workload and the workload of the staff person. So if that is the case, we may need to look at how that affects the allocation of tasks and resources in the department. But I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. See no further questions. Recommendation that, subject to the approval of the 2022 budget, the manager of human resources, health and safety be directed to establish and recruit one additional full-time position for the development engineering technologist role, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budget under the engineering services budget. And that is moved by Councillor Gordick and Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. And the next item is a roads operator.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Armstrong. The fourth level of service being requested from Public Works and Engineering. I won't sit to bore you any longer with requests of what we need. Just a quick highlight in terms of what what we envision for this role. So this is one we would envision coming online later in 2022, where we would start that recruitment process prior to the winter, and then look to be ready and in place for oncoming road, new developed roads in 22-23 timeframe. We do have an additional vehicle in our fleet that we are planning to purchase for growth needs, and that's been in the plan for a while. And so we obviously need an additional resource to address that additional vehicle and the growing need as well. This is one that we also look at some of the expanded services, we'll say, from a boundary road perspective. So there's obviously more boundary roads activity that we are undertaking in recent times here this year, and looking at Wilmot Line, for example. Many of those activities are cost recovery as well, so those go back to funding aspects for rolls, and what we see for some of our boundary rolls in terms of cost recovery for the work that we do. So there's a bit of a revenue stream there that offsets the cost with these types of additional rolls. And again, from a readiness standpoint, we certainly want to have the staff in place and trained and knowing what their duties are prior to having full functional roads that are new that need to be maintained. So this is just readiness for that growth aspect. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Councillor Gerber.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Armstrong, to Director Mullenhouse. Similar to the question about housing people, I saw that there's sort of a spin-off effect of this last piece as far as a new single axle truck for the new operator. Any thoughts on the cost of that? I know at some point, obviously, we'll get to that. Will this be something that we see in the 2022 capital pending approval of this particular request? And yeah, just comment on the spin-offs of this particular approval if you have a chance to.
Sure. Through you, Chair Armstrong. Certainly, this is there would be a piece of equipment that would be coming as well, or the plan to be coming as well. We're looking at some significant delays, we'll say right now, with respect to fleet and equipment replacements, especially for some of our large pieces of equipment, where historically it could take a 9-month to a year timeframe. They're now talking almost 2 years by the time we punch a purchase order and see that piece of equipment delivered. So there is a bit of a delay in terms of the equipment need. That being said, we do have other equipment available at this point now, where we have spare vehicles and that type of thing, so that we are business ready when things do open up, we'll say, with respect to new maintainable subdivisions. Certainly with any new operating staff, there is a thought about the fleet piece and where we'll say space and accommodating and that kind of thing. So I will note that we also have a operations space needs study that we will be looking in the new year to award the RFP for our operational space needs. We have a number of different pieces of equipment and we'll say new pieces of equipment that have we'll say given us different operating abilities and expanded our operating abilities in the recent couple of years, that we need to find homes for at the works center. So there is space needs that comes with that, and where do we place some of these new things, and how do we fit everything into the puzzle there? So those aspects are certainly in the works, and they will be planned. And as far as a future plan coming back to this council for space needs, as well as for any equipment and capital needs that would come with this type of a role.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Mayor Armstrong, I'll also just note to Councillor Gerber's question, since the 2014 development charges study, the township's been collecting development charges fees for this specific piece of fleet. The capital program for the last several years has included a provision out in the future to an undetermined year for this vehicle, but it is fully funded from development charges. So the purchase of the expansion of fleet out there will not impact the general levy on the initial purchase.
Perfect. And seeing no further questions, recommendation that, subject to the approval of the 2022 budget, the manager of human resources, health and safety be directed to recruit one additional full-time position for the roads operator role, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budget under the roads administration budget. That is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Hallman, all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. Next item is a customer service rep, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Chair Armstrong. I appreciate that intro. This position is actually currently covered by part-time staff. So this kind of loops back to our earlier conversation. We've had some difficulty retaining part-time employees in this role since COVID started, and or since we've returned from COVID reopening. So for us, this is a really great opportunity to capture a lot of afternoon hours, basically Monday to Friday afternoon shift hours, with a short crossover with a daytime position that already exists, a full-time daytime customer service representative. And this will replace about 30 hours of part-time coverage that was already there, as mentioned. And of course, these staff are the first in line of contact for all of the customers. So having a consistent full-time role will really help with developing relationships with our regular users, with ensuring continuous and constant customer service levels where you're not switching from part-time staff. Plus, it'll reduce the cost for training of new employees and retraining each time we have staff turnover. So I did mention earlier that you have a lot of university students and high school students that work in the pool. This is a similar type of role that would attract that similar type of employee who then goes off to college or university, and then we're replacing. So for a little while, when we reopened after COVID, we had managers and supervisors covering these hours because we just couldn't find the part-time staff. So shifting this to a full-time permanent position gives us that constancy that's really important at a first customer-facing location like the Wilmot Rec Complex. So I'm happy to take any questions that council members may have.
Councillor Fenning.
Not a question. I think it just sort of it goes to what we were saying earlier about, part-time versus full-time, and filling the need that we have to serve the community.
Okay, thank you. No further. Okay. Recommendation that, subject to the approval of the 2022 budget, the manager of human resources, health and safety be directed to convert the existing contract customer service representative to a full-time position, permanent role, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budget for recreation administration. That is moved by Councillor Gordick, Councillor Fenning, all in favor. That is carried. And now we need Parks and Facilities Technician.
Thank you, Chair Armstrong. So this position is actually taking an existing seasonal position. We have two seasonal positions in the department, one that's dedicated to cemeteries and one that is a parks and facility operator position, but seasonally, and expanding it to a full-time year-round position. Last year, you may recall, there was an addition of one employee in this area as well. And this speaks back to what Ms. Chambers said at the beginning of the meeting and what Councillor Fisher referenced. I'm going to use your reference against you, Councillor, sorry, that there have been minimal increases in staffing over the years. And this is one department that has had tremendous growth and responsibility. They are responsible for parks, grounds of all municipal properties, trails, which have grown significantly in the past years. All of our tree canopy that's not on boulevards that Mr. Molyneux takes care of, but all of the parks trees, horticulture programs, as well as being responsible for maintaining the facilities, all of the township facilities other than fire halls. So, this includes playgrounds, it includes everything that is happening on our property, and they are a team of 4 plus their supervisor, and we are an expansive geographical community, and it takes time to get from one park to another, and we just don't have enough resources year round. So this is asking for one of those seasonal positions to become a year-round position, and to help address the historical lack of increase of resources as the township has grown. So that's really what this is about. And we hope that adding one more employee will help us to continue to maintain the levels of service that we want to provide. We aren't able to keep up with, the arborist type of work that we'd like to do. We aren't able to keep up with our horticulture beds, and we have a tremendous volunteer crew with both the Hort Society and Let's Tree Wilmot, but they need the support of this parks team to be able to assist them with their work as well. So this is really about resourcing to get closer to right sizing where this part of our department needs to be. And Mr. Dubrick is also on the call this evening if you have any questions of him, but I'm happy to answer any questions at this point.
Councillor Gordick.
Through the chair to Ms. Jackson. When you say seasonal, was there like a time frame, like it was from April till October? And so is it just adding like an extra 4 months, 5 months, 6 months? I'm just wanting a little bit more clarification on that.
Through the chair, that's exactly correct. Actually, it would be April to October normally. And then the winter months, as many of you probably know, the trail systems are used year round now. The parks are used year round. We do have more workload in the summer where we bring in students, but it really is, and the facilities require maintenance year round as well. So there's just so much work to do that we are experiencing burnout in this team. And I'm really conscious of ensuring that they have the resources. We've got some excellent staff on this group, and I want to make sure that that they aren't, disappearing from our township because the workload is too much. So, but it would be expanding it from the October right through to April year round.
Councillor Fenning.
I think you used the term right sized, and I think that's so my comment and thought here really, the growth of our organization, of our township over the years, and my colleagues who've been on council longer know that there haven't been the increases in staff as we've grown. And that I think, in different organizations and businesses that I've been involved in, that's normal. You go through a phase of growth and everybody's running crazy and close to burnout, and everybody just gets by and makes do until you reach a point where you really have to hire somebody, and then it looks like a sudden expansion, but the need has been growing for quite some time. And that's, not a criticism of previous decision making. It's simply a reflection of the way that organizations grow as demand grows, and you can't hire somebody, in gradual bits. I also might feel a little bit responsible for the workload, because of trails, but I think it's worth it.
Okay, seeing no further. Recommendation that, subject to the approval of the 2022 budget, the manager of human resources and health and safety be directed to recruit a full-time permanent parks and facilities technician, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budgets under the Parks, Facilities and Recreation Services Department, Parks and Facilities Division budget. That is moved by Councillor Gordick, Councillor Hallman, all in favor. That is carried. Next item is Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, Ms. Middleholtz.
Thank you through you, Chair Armstrong. This position is to help cover the day-to-day enforcement activities and provide off-hour coverage as required. It is anticipated that the addition of this part-time officer will provide the manager of municipal law enforcement more time to tend to their managerial duties while keeping up with the growth of the community. Such changes that have occurred over recent years that have led to the requirement of a additional part-time officer, of course, being COVID-19 and both response to complaints as well as reporting to the province and to the region, supervising the township's crossing guard program, interdepartmental requests for enforcement, and ongoing community growth and increased expectations. This position by no means is expected to work every evening or every weekend. However, part of their responsibilities will be to go out for, of course, our usual events, such as Mopar, Victoria Day, Strawberry Fest, Corn Fest, those sorts of things, as well as educational programs. One such event that we have done in the past is going to certain areas of the community, providing additional information about animal control and being a good pet guardian, as well as attending events at schools to ensure that people are parking in the appropriate places. Since I guess it would be about the past 3 years or so, the approach to municipal law enforcement has been education first, which has been very favorably received by the community, as well as staff, getting the messages out there as opposed to the approach of ticketing. It's educating people first to help them to understand and bring about voluntary compliance. With that, the manager is developing such education programs as well as updating our regulatory bylaws. Providing an additional part-time person allows them more time to be able to devote to those activities. If council has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Councillor Gordick.
Councillor Hallman, you go
Hallman
first,
was
please.
first.
I saw your hand first. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for your lead in the empathy first approach in our municipality. I greatly appreciate that with bylaw, and it's been so well received. So thank you for that leadership with your department with that. I'm really happy to see this coming on board. We really need it in our community. You did basically address and summarizing my question about weekend enforcement. I know that we've been getting, I can only speak for myself as a counselor, but I get that question a lot. And sometimes you're very kind to answer my phone call on a weekend, Ms. Middleholtz, when that has come up. So with that said, not just for planned events, but when we seem to have just holidays of that maybe there not be something organized. We've had firework complaints and that sort of thing, or yeah, more about around celebration times, whether or not there's a community event organized. Is your plan to kind of have this part-time position kind of cover those hot times in the community? Is that kind of how they would be in working evenings and weekends? I'm just trying to wrap my head around that piece.
So it's with these, I don't want to say unplanned because that's not correct, but for example, Canada Day. That's anticipated, obviously. We know that when that's happening every year. And so we prepare for that. And we know when there's community organized events around that. For something that is not necessarily a community event, but there are complaints with regards to fireworks or regards to noise. And if we have been advised that something like this is coming up, it's a very fine balancing act, because here we have a person who we are paying to be here during weekend hours or evening hours. And yes, you're getting calls and you're getting complaints that may equate to really only, say, 3, right? On an evening or a weekend. So it's a matter of balancing that out and what it is that that person could be doing to fill those additional hours. Also, with some of these sorts of complaints that we will receive, for example, let's say it's as opposed to fireworks, we're dealing more with a noise complaint to do with house parties. Okay, for example, something along those lines. That is not a position that a municipal law enforcement officer is going to go into on their own, because in general, those sorts of events may involve the consumption of alcohol, as well as it could be as many. Let's not bring COVID into the equation. 50 or more people in those sorts of situations, and that's not something where we would bring in a municipal law enforcement officer on their own. So we would need to have the assistance of one of the regional police services. So it's sort of a balancing act with all of that, but that is something certainly that we'd be looking at, is what are those times of the year when we are getting increased complaints, that having somebody available to respond to those complaints and also be doing other things at the same time, that we would be looking at in the person on board. Does that answer your question? Is that making sense? Okay.
Councillor Gordick.
Through the chair to Ms. Middleholtz and perhaps maybe Ms. Merritt, just curious, sort of following up on what Councillor Hallman had said, with more regards to parking and snow. So by this person being here, we can't anticipate, we're not weather predictors. How would that look if parking becomes an issue during a snowstorm, or sorry, not a snowstorm, a storm event, I guess, for lack of, I'm not quite sure what we call any kind of snow where the cars need to be gone off of the road. How do we maintain that but still have somebody that's full-time? So will there be something like maybe during the winter months that particular person's shifts might be more conducive to working the nights in order to help with our parking bylaws with regards to snow? And then maybe during the summer months, go back to sort of a normal kind of shift. I'm just wondering, because you can't predict snow. So how do you work somebody full-time if they happen to be working, 5 nights, but then they were also during the day? So I'm just kind of wondering how that would work.
Thank you, through you, Chair Armstrong. So I'm going to do a brief little public service announcement out to any of our people who are watching this evening. Unlike many of the communities surrounding Wilmot, we do not have a snow event bylaw. From December 1st through to March 31st, we expect all cars to not be parked on the road overnight, regardless of what the weather conditions are. So this is something that we will respond when Mr. Mullen, his staff is trying to clear the roads and make sure that the roads are safe and clear for all of our residents and visitors. We will go out more frequently when there is an actual event happening. That may not necessarily be when municipal law enforcement officers are out. We schedule these in advance. We don't announce them, but we go out on the schedule so that people know that it does not matter what the weather is happening out there. We are out there to enforce, because it is between December 31st and March 31st. Wait, December 1st, March 31st, yeah. Okay, that we are out there enforcing regardless of the weather. So by having a part-time person, or second part-time person, that means that if one officer is out over the evening, there is another officer that can be in during the day, as opposed to the manager being diverted away from the more managerial duties.
So apparently other questions were answered during that conversation. So that's cool. All right, so no further questions. Recommendation that, subject to approval of the 2022 budget, the manager of human resources, health and safety be directed to recruit one additional permanent part-time municipal law enforcement officer, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into 2022 operating budget under the municipal law enforcement division of the information and legislative services budget. And that is moved by Councillor Fisher, Councillor Fanning, all in favor. That is carried. So the next item is from Fire Chief, who is there and prepared to act. You're up, Chief.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Mayor Armstrong. Tonight we're presenting the permanent part-time position for fire prevention officer and public education, with the strategy being more specific to public education. This builds on the fire master plan that was approved by council in December 7th, 2020, and further builds on the first line of defense recommended by the province, which has been proven to, public education has been proven to reduce the incidence of fire and increase life safety and the threat of injury to the public. We sort of want to maintain that relationship building and build on that relationship building in our school systems and with vulnerable sector populations, seniors, and more importantly, building relationships with community groups, community members. Our current FPO position is more focused on the recent improvement in our ENR bylaw, which provides more proactive inspections. And with that capacity building, and in order to do that proactive requirement, the current FPO would not be able to maintain the level of service that we're looking for in the public education sector. So based on that, I'm here to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Hallman.
Thank you through the chair. Chief, can you comment on, so this is obviously a very important piece that I completely agree with, but what kind of funding will you be asking for later for materials for the education? Like, that's what I'm wrapping my head around how that looks. Or I know you and I have discussed in the past about how you often get materials from, I don't remember the name of the regulating body, but that is kind of used through all of Ontario for education. I know my kids love the engagement pieces at the actual fire station. So I'm just kind of wrapping my head around resource-wise how that looks.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Armstrong. The Fire Public Safety Council is who supplies those kits, and they're all done in cooperation through the Fire Marshal's office. And what we do is we already budget for those kits now. No, with COVID, the last couple of years, we haven't tapped into that fund or that resource. But the kits come canned or packaged with a whole variety of those resources that you're familiar with seeing in the schools. So it may be something, it could be anything from smoke alarms to CO awareness to pot holders, or a variety of bling that we hand out to the kids that interests them and they could take home. More importantly, to the moms and dads to bring that level of education back home into to that environment. Home escape is another really important one as well. So all of those things are already budgeted for, and they wouldn't be an increase above and beyond where we are now.
Okay, thank you. I see no further comments or questions. So the recommendation that, subject to the approval of the 2022 budget, the manager of human resources, health and safety be directed to establish and recruit one permanent part-time public educator, fire prevention officer, and further that staff proceed to incorporate these costs into the draft 2022 operating budget for fire services. And that is moved by Councillor Hallman, Councillor Fanning. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And we're going to keep human resources busy. That's good. So that brings us to the end of the ad hoc budget advisory. So the next recommendation is that we do now adjourn to meet again at the call of the mayor. That is moved by Councillor Fenning, Councillor Hallman, all in favor. That is carried. So this concludes the ad hoc budget advisory committee meeting, and we will now begin a special council meeting. I need a motion to enter into the special council meeting. For those of you who are, we need a motion to convene into closed session. Recommended that closed meeting of council meeting be held on Monday, December 13th, 2021, immediately following the ad hoc budget advisory committee meeting in accordance with section 2392B for the purposes of personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal employees. For those watching at home, your YouTube will remain live streaming while we are in closed session, but there will only be a static photo and no audio. What's that? Yeah, I believe the mover and seconder were Councillor Hallman and Councillor Fisher, I think initially. They had waved their hands for that. So all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Next, we need a motion to reconvene in open session. That is moved by Councillor Gordick, Councillor Fenning, all in favor. That is carried. Next recommendation that bylaw numbers 2021-60 and 2021-61 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed in open council.
Pardon me, Mayor Armstrong. I just wanted to remind both yourself and council that the fees and charges bylaw is being passed as amended. Thank you.
So we have a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Gordick, Councillor Holloman, all in favor? That is carried. Next recommendation is the confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 2021-62 to confirm the proceedings of council at its special meeting held on December 13th, 2021 be introduced, ready first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. That is moved by Councillor Hallman, Councillor Fenning. All in favor? That is carried. And the final recommendation that we do now adjourn to meet again at the call of the mayor. Moved by Councillor Hallman, and Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. All right. Good night, everyone. Safe drive home.